Morning, folks. I know I'm starting a little bit late today, but we're ready to rock and roll. So you just gotta invite some people on here, then we'll be good to go. Let's see. Let me just add this to a few groups and then ready to rock. What's going? All right, come on, let's go, let's go. Oh my gosh, it's always the same thing. Why does it always have to? That's enough. I've posted it on enough places. All right, got a few folks on here. How you guys doing? Let me just call Tom. He's about to let someone in.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Hello?
Hey, David. Good morning. It's Caesar. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's actually good afternoon over there, huh?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Did you have a nice weekend?
Yeah, it was pretty good. And right now, me and my son are playing cards.
Oh, nice. What are you guys playing?
Just penny ante poker back and forth.
What kind of poker?
And just regular. We play 5-card stud and then Texas Hold'em.
Oh.
My son's counting dominoes.
Nice, nice. You want to hear a fun fact, David?
Yeah.
I do go to the World Series every May.
Oh, man.
It's a lot of
Pretty
fun.
good.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I've played here in Corpus and been to the final tier a couple of times.
Nice. Wonderful, wonderful. Cool. So David, I just want to give you some update. And by the way, your son, is that the same son that I talked to before?
Yeah.
Chris, awesome. Yeah, if you can put me on speakerphone, that would be great. So that way you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Hey.
Turn this seat down a second.
Yeah, no worries. Let me grab some water real fast, David. Give me 1 second, okay?
All right.
All right, David, I'm back. Is Chris there?
Yeah. Tell him you're here. Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man? Long time no talk.
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Oh, it's going all right, man. Going all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Nice. So I heard you guys are playing cards. You like to play some poker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're just killing the time.
Nice. Is there any card rooms out in Corpus Christi?
There's a few, but they're not very good. But they're okay. There's a few, though.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I've never been out there, so not 100% sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys kind of like a feedback or update what's been going on. So you guys, first question, you guys really couldn't find the paperwork regarding the lawsuit where you guys got awarded the solar panel?
Mama, I put my initials, Mama signed the paper. That was it.
Yeah, but you can't find it, huh?
No.
Is there any way you guys can go to like maybe to you guys' email or your wife's email address? Because sometimes, you know, a lot of times they probably emailed you guys something at some point. Maybe you guys can just like search solar or something, and then you might be able to find it there, you know?
Okay.
I don't know if you guys tried that yet, Chris, but maybe you can try that for your dad, and then let's see if we can find something there. So if you guys remember on my first call with you guys, right, there were like two options. One was the cash deal, and the other option was the seller finance deal, which is what we went for. And the reason why we went for that seller finance deal is because you guys informed me that everything you guys owned everything. There was no lien, and the solar panel was paid for, right? And so with the solar panel being not paid for, and there's $50,000 of debt there, it really just threw a wrench on the whole deal. I mean, we were ready to close 2 weeks ago. Title open, title is just waiting for us to close. But that threw a heavy wrench on the whole thing. And so, Chris, I know you weren't there last week when I was talking to your dad, but I was just telling, David that, like with everything that happened with you guys, with losing mama, recently, and like that can very well be me in a couple of years or so. So I really doing my best to get you guys the best possible deal where you can get the most amount of money in your guys' pocket. But with the whole solar panel thing, if we don't have any paperwork that shows that you guys were awarded to it, it's just a big problem. So,
Well, no, see, what happened with that, Caesar? Because I was on the phone with the guy. What happened with that is that the guy called. What happened was that the guy who was helping us out, what was his name? Mark. Marco. The guy who was helping us out, whoever was the seller or whatever, who hadn't, whatever, sold them into. I don't know if he told you, but like. I was there because he called my mom, and basically, whoever stole from the company, so the company went for bankruptcy, and he told my mom not to pay once my mom kept paying and paying payments to the solar panel. But I told her, why are you paying? I didn't tell that guy Marco, just why are you paying something that's not complete and nothing's operational or working? But she was afraid, so she kept paying. She was paying, and I told her to stop paying because I said you're paying to nothing. And the guy said, so what are we going to do? And the guy says, well, he's like, I don't really know much to do. He's like, I said, so y'all ain't going to, like, could I ask him if somebody bought out the corporation or what happened, And, no, not that. I'm talking about, like, who's going to fix it. And he said, well, long story short, he says, what he told us is that we're not responsible. We own nothing. Those were his words. Of course, that's not true because somebody had to get stuck with
yeah.
or something, because but I always want to know how that worked because I'm like, they filed for bankruptcy and they screwed us, you know what I mean? Because one, it never worked once. It was never operational and never worked once.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you sign a contract or how can a contract be, void, or valid, valid at all if it was never, it was never worked in the first place.
Yep.
And he told us and I got those not to worry about because he said they already filed for bankruptcy. So I don't even know how that went from there, because they didn't send us nothing after that. All we knew is that the company went under, and that was it. And they told us, the only thing they told us over the phone was that we weren't going to have to pay for anything. They told us that if we want to use other panels or take them off or whatever, get rid of them because he said they're, I was pissed because I told him, I said, no, I need to get somebody out here working or whatever company you're working for, or whoever, whatever happens, somebody to get something to pay, to fix it because long story short, it was never working in the first place.
Yeah.
They didn't fix the job.
Yep.
So that's why I'm still trying to figure out like how that even like works like that because, they already have it to where I'm like, okay, cool. They have it on the lien or loan or whatever. But I'm like, how can that still be valid? Or on us if it was never operational or working. Like, how do they have proof that it was like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I know the best thing to do, like you're saying, is look for that whatever documents or whatever. Like if it's paper, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we didn't have a copy of it. I mean, it's probably just, I don't know where it went, it's gone. But I mean, if they, would do the e-doc or, emails, like you said, like I don't mind doing it. I just don't know the name of the company.
Yeah, well, most likely it'll have some type of solar next to it. You know what I mean? So if you just go to the search box, just type in solar, and hopefully that will pop up. Right?
Yeah.
Like most solar companies have some type of solar in it. The word solar as part of their company name. So
But yeah, so it's used, but it's not charged.
yeah. So Chris,
I'll digging there because as far as I don't know if she ever got a copy. I don't know if she ever got the copy. I don't know who the hell got sent to her.
yeah. No, I understand. I mean, if we have that paperwork, then that can help us a lot, right? But even if you do find that paperwork and that paperwork doesn't say that you guys own it and that you don't owe anything, then we're back to the same situation. You know what I mean? So first, let's see if we can find that paperwork. If we can, that solves a whole lot of problems. If we cannot, which is where we are right now, there's two potential solutions. And I just want to run it by you guys so that you can let me know if this is something that you guys want to do, that you're okay with, and then we can get it done. Okay? Because right now, from where it stands, is title can close on it without including the solar. Meaning, if the solar company comes back and ask for the money, then it's not part of the title insurance, right? Now, title also informed me, and once again, this is title informing me. I'm not a lawyer, don't really know a whole lot about this, but title knows this more than I do because they've dealt with this in the past. Is that they're saying that it's a UCC appliance lien on the solar panel. So what that means is, if the solar company comes back, let's say to David, and go, hey, David, you need to pay this. And David goes, I'm not paying anything because it's not working. You can foreclose on it. And so the solar company can foreclose on it, but not on the house because it's an appliance lien. They will simply just foreclose on the solar panels, meaning they will go over there, take the solar panels off the house, but the end buyer would still own the house, technically. Okay. So based on that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, that sounds reasonable because we've been telling them from ever since they messed up and they never came back to fix anything to fix the damn thing.
Yeah.
Like I told the guy, I told him I got mad. So, what's going to happen? Y'all going to have somebody come out here and take them. They said no, that because the employee or whoever that was supposed to come out and fix it, he stole like $1 million or something that they just closed. I said, I was pissed off. So that would have been freaking nice. I said, when we are going to drop this on us, I said, I don't understand how other people down our street got the same solar people, but theirs worked, but ours didn't. That's why I'm like, how the hell did it end up?
Yeah.
We're the last people that it wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
And then that's when the guy too. I said, so are y'all going to correct it? Because he worked for two companies. He worked for the two companies that's owned by one corporation. That was a sister company. I said, so are y'all that company that you're with now? I said, are y'all going to pick up and fix it? He said, well, no, because X, Y, and Z, that because it's a technically a separate company. I'm like, well, what kind of shit is that? Y'all don't want to break the system or however you did it to get the funds. I said, your people did. I said, what is that? I said, he told you it's right that y'all can just come by, scam people, basically, elderly elderly people at that. And I said, y'all are scamming. He's like, no, we're not scammers. I said, well, then how can you call yourself a corporation or like an actual company, but not care about your clients? I said, you will want the damn thing to work so we can sell the solar back to you like you said to make the money,
Yeah.
I said, that's how it works, right? I said, we sell it to you, you sell it or whatever to the electric company, and however y'all do that crap. He's like, well, yeah. I said, well, then, I was just pissed off. I said, well, then why didn't you get somebody to come out here and refix it or anything?
Yeah.
And he just told us on social, well, they raised the company bankrupt. I said, it would have been nice to know that y'all were gonna be bankrupt, that that we would have known what to do. Because I said, and they tell us, well, somebody's supposed to call you, and nobody ever called us. They already told us when they already knew that we were gonna be bankrupt, and that's why I got pissed off at that, because I'm like, so you knew that the company was going under, and you didn't tell us anything about it. I said, and now my parents are saying, that's what I was pissed about, because I told my mom too before she passed. I said, I don't want y'all to be stuck with this. I mean, if it's working, operational, cool, whatever.
Yeah.
If it's not working, how can y'all be charged, or how can we be responsible, or how's that even held up in any court of law that under a contract that's binding when the company's gone?
Yep. No, absolutely.
That's when I called Good Leaf, and I told Good Leaf, are y'all going to send somebody else? And they're like, well, that's not what we're about. We just picked up the loan. I said, well, y'all are the ones that are now, in charge, because y'all bought the loan. That's what I'm looking at.
Yep, absolutely.
And I thought, since y'all bought my loan, my contract, or my parents' contract, you should do right, send somebody out here and fix it, and we'll pay you or whatever, as long as you do right and send somebody. I don't care what solar company you have to, contractor, vendor, send somebody out here and fix it. That's all we're asking, to be operational. So we would have kept paying it, and everybody would have been, hunky-dory. But still, we didn't get nothing. No way, no call, no nothing. And I couldn't get that guy my number. And when I tried calling him back, he just disconnected his number.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, like, as the end buyer, they just want to make sure that that they're secured, right? So here's the two possible solutions that we're working with. We have two buyers that are interested. And so let me run it by you guys. I don't know if you have a pen and paper, but it would be nice for you guys to write it down. Okay, cool. So right now, what we got under contract, if you guys remember, is $105,000 is the purchase price. The down payment to David is $7,500, and then $500 a month moving forward, right, until the balance is paid off. Okay.
So that was 105.
Mm-hmm.
And you said
$7,500 down, and then $500 a month. That's the current contract that we have, which is not going to work because of the solar panel thing. Okay, because remember that solution was based on the fact that there's no lien, that David owns everything, right? So the fact that we have the solar panel thing, we kind of have to put that in the back seat. So the two solutions that we have right now that we've been working with two other buyers is this. One of them is we've explained to them about the UCC appliance lien, which I just explained to you guys, right? So this buyer is willing, he's talking to the title company to make sure that he's covered. But assuming that everything that title company says is true and he's okay with it, then what he would like to do is offer a cash deal, which we'll put, and we're trying to finalize the number, we'll put anywhere from $35,000 to $45,000 in David's pocket up front. So there's no monthly payment. It's just all at once, right? And I'm trying to get that number as close as possible to 50. Like I said, I want to get the most money in your pocket. If that were, so option one is this cash deal. But if the solar company comes back, then the solar company will come back after David, not the buyer, because the solar company will still stay under David's name. Okay, so that's option one. Option two is we have another buyer that says, no, I don't want to deal with all of that. I just want to get it over with. I don't want anyone coming back for anyone. So for this other buyer, we're trying to get them to come up to anywhere from $65,000 to $75,000, okay, of a cash deal. But with that buyer, if we, let's say he comes up to 70, let's just say that for a second. Then on the closing date, what would happen is title is going to wire the $50,000 to Good Leap, which is what's owed, and then the remainder will go to David. which is $20,000. Okay. Now the good news, the good news about it is then GoodLeap cannot go after David at any given time because they're already paid for, right? So so at the end of the day, it's just a matter of you guys are okay with GoodLeap coming back to you guys later and trying to collect that money, which in this case, David can just say, nope, go ahead and foreclose on it. I don't care. Take the solar out of there. Then option one, if you're okay with that, then option one's better because then now you're getting, you know, anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000 in your dad's pocket all at once, lump sum. The other option is just, you know, let's just say roughly around $20,000 because the $50,000 will be paid off at first.
Yeah, no, they'll put French ones. No, I'm sort of talking about. You know, if he's just saying like to pay GoodLeap, but see the thing is that the way I'm saying is if GoodLeap is taking the thing, they should take over and fix the issue. Right.
Wait, say that again?
No, I was just saying like, you know, I know GoodLeap, I tried calling before, but you know, they don't want to pick up, you know, fix the damn solar. But I told them straight up to their face. I said, well, then I told them straight up, then we're not going to pay y'all.
Yeah.
You know, and I told them, I said, y'all been paid. They're like, no, we haven't. I said, yeah, you just said, who was taking my mom's money the whole time when all those on that time? I said, somebody had to been paid.
Yeah.
And that's why I understand why we owe $50,000. And I don't know if it's just the $50,000 they're saying we owe, or there's interest on top of that. Because what I was told, there was zero interest on all this.
Yeah, well, we called them last week. We called them last week, and they said the payout was like $50,400 something dollars. So like shy of, let's just say $50,500 is the it's either that or 54,000. It's one of those two. So it's between 50 to 55. You know what I mean?
Right.
So those are the two options that we have right now. And then I know Thanksgiving is around the corner. I want to make sure you guys have a pretty good Thanksgiving. So if you guys are okay with one of those two options, I can try to finalize it probably today or tomorrow, hopefully, and then we can close on it by this Friday or next Friday at the latest.
Well, I'm gonna try to charge my mom's phone up. I'm gonna see if I can go in that phone and look and dig through any emails or anything I can.
Oh, of course. That would be the first thing that we should be doing.
It does. Well, I checked last time and I couldn't really see anything, but I don't know because see these people who signed her up, they were weird. They didn't have the actual company that they claimed to be. So did she sign paperwork? Okay. You know, basically what I'm saying is that if you go to Reliant Energy, whatever electric company, you go to the electric company, it's either Reliant, you know, Green Mountain, etc. You know, it's a company.
Yeah.
So you're signing on them, you know, but these people, this is how they did it, and this is what pisses me off. They use the company's name to sign with her, but they put the documents under a different company. And that's why we're having trouble because we're trying to see what that other company name was under. Because I looked up solar in her phone before and nothing popped up. And I was digging, and I'm like, well, there's something they have to say. And I was looking at that guy Marco's name too, or whatever, and I was trying to dig. And I saw some things documented. They were just things signed, but there was nothing that they ever. I was trying to look to see if there's something. It's like how y'all send a document. You don't need to send it to e-doc sign. It's on file. We get a piece. You get a piece. You know what I mean? Everybody gets the pay. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't understand. You know, when I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. If they didn't pick up the tab, they should have told us or let us know or let me know because if we're showing their loan, who that company was that they bought it from. They have to know the company who they got it from that day. And that's what was pissing me off because I was trying to get that to maybe, I don't know, because I was trying to see if I get my buddy's lawyer involved to see if maybe we can put an injunction on this because it doesn't make sense of how we're responsible for something that's not working.
Yeah.
I'm going back to that. And I know, needless to say, they don't care, you know, they just want their money, but I don't mind that they want their money, but I mind the fact that there is no integrity or the fact and there's no due diligence on their side to help us, which they won't, you know, but to at least give us the information of who that company was, so at least I could try to get something, you know what I mean?
Dude, I 100% agree with you, man. I'm on your side on this one. You know what I mean? I am 100% with you on that.
But I don't care what happens to the house anymore. You know, the thing is, it's all about him. The thing is, my dad might not be screwed by his benefits got screwed over by is getting screwed over by the government because they're docking him more money from supposedly overpaying my mom, and they took away his food stamps already. And like I said, he moved in with me and living with me. I don't care. I tell him he's more than welcome to say however he wants to do with me, you know, and so whatever makes his life easier. But you know, he wanted, you know, to do right by us too, to help us out too financially a little bit. But you know, it's just I told him it is what it is. You know, we'll discuss these options, and I know they're not very favorable. I see the one to walk away with cash in his pocket. So gets paid off. He don't have that hit on his credit anymore. And I also have the thing of the first option, what you said, the cash deal. But I wonder if that's, I mean, just legal wise, I mean, it doesn't matter to you. But I was like, maybe, you know, because they can't go after me. They're going to go after you. They can't go after me.
What if they kind of do to me at my age? I mean, you know, I got to go through heart surgery and all this. I just want to make sure that I got.
I'm just trying to make sure he's okay too, because like I said,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Well, I mean that's the reason why I'm like laying everything out on the table for you guys. At the end of the day, it's your guys' house, your decision. I'm just trying to do right by you guys. You know what I mean?
I just knew that solar was going to screw us because I told her that too to make sure I didn't like the way that damn color was going.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey man, I think next step is take a look at those. You know, go through the search bar on your email. What was that?
I know you said I'm sorry, but just to give you just the idea, I know you said you want to try to close them before the end of the week, but can you see more or less
They can do that 45 to 50,000 or even 60 for the first deal if they're willing to.
I mean, are they willing to come up? Is that first cash deal? I mean, is that guy only limited to X amount, or I mean, what's the deal on that?
Yeah, because the thing is, Chris, is that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to the house.
Not really. I mean, I've been in the house. I was working on the house. Like I said, the only thing I didn't do was put money into the house because I was just fed up and done with the house only because, you know, because I was with my mom.
No, I understand what you're saying. Sorry to cut you off there, but I know what you're saying. But the thing is, at the end of the day, like us investors, we have to look at how we're going to be able to sell it later. You know what I mean? So.
$210,000 off of it, regardless, because all the houses in that neighborhood I've seen, and I even asked people, they walked away. They walked away with 180, 190 after whatever they had to pay for after that, but they closed over 200. That's what I'm saying. I could get easily the market is getting easy over 200, at least 210 for it. I know that for sure. And I'm not trying to say, you know what I mean? You know the game and everything.
Of course, yeah, man. And my goal is to. Yeah, and my goal is to get you guys the most. So I'm just giving you rough numbers right now. We're still working with them, and so the higher we can get, the better it is. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to give you guys what I'm working with right now. So in that way, when we finalize the numbers, you guys are ready to say, yeah, this is the one that we want to do, or the other one. You know what I mean? So I'm not asking for your dead answer at this moment, but I just want you guys to think about it now.
More or less, I know you're just waiting on us, but I was just saying, I saw the family group decision that, you know what I mean, we're dead on set to where we're going to pull the trigger, you know, that we can say, hey, Caesar, do it. You know what I mean? I was just trying to see if there was any more wiggle room at all to squeeze, you know, it's hard to squeeze blood from a stone, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. So I will do my best with you guys. Like I said, man, you guys got your situation kind of hit home for me because I can very well be in David's spot a few years from now. You know what I mean? So, I'm doing my best. I just want to let you guys know what's on the table, what I'm working with.
I just wasn't sure there was any more.
Yeah, it's not finalized yet. It's not finalized yet. So I'll get back to you guys when it is. But for now, as far as next step goes, on your side, go look for that paperwork. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to cut you off again. I said I'm gonna try to do more research and try to see if I can find anything related to that, to where maybe I can shoot that over to you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Maybe
Yes.
I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? I'm just more or less, I'm just trying to see, like I said, it's about him. Really, it's about just taking care of him.
Of course, man. I'm on your guys' side. So next step, go do your thing, do your research, but also at the same time, think about those two options. And then on my side, I'm going to do my best to get all those numbers as high as possible for you guys. And then let's reconvene maybe in the next day or two. And then once I have the final numbers, I can give them to you guys, and then you guys can decide on what you guys want to do. Does that sound fair enough?
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm just really pissed. I have nothing to you. I'm just pissed towards the solar people that screwed them over. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to see what I can do, if possible, to try to get that overturned or something.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, cool. Hey, man, I'm pretty pissed off too. Trust me, because we could have done this. We could have done this 2 weeks ago, and your dad would have been having $500 a month, $500 in his pocket, and price point at 105. You know what I mean? So that was like the best solution for your dad, and that's what I wanted for him. But we are where we are right now. So do what you need to do. I'll do what I need to do, and then let's reconvene, in the next couple of days, and we'll go from there. Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yes, sir. You think like I said, hopefully, they just a little bit more wiggle room, I'll pray.
I know, man. I'm gonna get on a wiggle on up for you guys. All right.
I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Bye, David.
Thank you.
Right.
That was a blessed one.
Gosh, that was a long one, guys.
So, bro.
What's up, man? Sorry, that was a long call. I'm trying to get that across the finish line.
Oh, that one's in
What was that?
What was that? That was a deal you already got locked up, or?
Yeah, it's been locked up. We're supposed to close on it 2 weeks ago. We found a buyer within 1 week. We're supposed to close on it, and then title's like, bro, they owe $50,000 for the solar. And I was like,
Damn.
no, they don't. And they're like, yeah, they do. So the buyer backed out. So then now we're looking for other buyers to do just a straight up cash deal. We're working on someone to see if we can get them to pay like $85,000 so that way David gets $35,000 in his pocket and the solar's paid for. But we also have a guy right now that we're working on who might say, yeah, I don't give a shit about the solar as long as it goes after they go after David. I'll pay for it at $50,000 or $40,000, whatever the price point is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be the best option, because then David gets the full 40, 50 versus just a small portion of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Just as long as the deal works, right?
As long as the deal works, and as long as he's fully aware that, hey, when we sell this, the buyer is not in charge, is not responsible for the solar. So if the solar company comes back, solar is going to come back after David, not the buyer.
Mm-hmm.
If he's okay with that, just like what he said, I don't give a shit. He's like, I'm old. It's like, let me get that $40,000 now. They come to me, just tell them to go screw themselves and go foreclose on the solar panel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I'd do the same thing too if I was in his age, but everyone's different. And so just wanted to lay everything out and for him to decide on his own on what he wants to do, those are the only two possible solutions I can think of. If anyone that's listening has a different solution, please let me know. I really just want to help this guy out.
Yeah, that sucks. I tried to stream to mine in Facebook and YouTube, but it's not letting me. I think. Did you have the same issue last time?
Yeah, it's doing the same
What
thing.
happened?
I have no idea, man. I think it's got to be a StreamYard thing, not a YouTube or
bug?
Facebook. Yeah, they got to figure it out.
I was gonna try to like figure it out, but I was like, fuck it. We'll do it next time. Like, why worry about it now?
Yeah.
Did you have a fun weekend?
Yeah, I just relaxed, dude. I needed to relax. All right, let me call Abe. I'm just trying to close as many deals as possible across the finish line. So I'm going to be doing more dispo than acquisition just
Yeah.
because I have my goal on the 15th, which is this Friday.
Oh, nice. You're almost there.
Well, I am my must goal is 22. I'm 22 away. My if can goal, I'm 52 away. Hey Abe, yo, you're on live by the way. So if you can get your buyer to do a sight unseen at 155, not 155, because he's at 165, right?
Yeah.
Try to get him a deal at 160. Be like sight unseen, and just be like, hey, nothing. And he might say, well, what's going on if you want to do sight unseen? Just be like, the buyer is just very finicky, and you know what I mean? He's got other offers that's coming in, and we want to close on this as soon as possible. If he's okay with sight unseen and give him a $5,000 break on it, that's still $30,000, $15,000 each.
Yeah. He came at 175 at the beginning, so sorry, drop in his mind, but he's saying that anyway, he seems very interested, so yeah, 160.
Yeah, just tell him, bro, like I'll take a $15,000 hit. Like I know you're at 165. If you want to do this, let's get this thing done, sight unseen. Boom. You know what I mean? The only thing is I gotta talk to Roger to make sure that he's okay. Cause he said on my last call, is like, dude, I can go by the end of the month. So whether that's true or not, I don't know yet. You know what I mean? But if he does sight unseen, just say, hey, if you do sight unseen, are we good to go? Or are you going to use a hard money lender where you're going to need to do a final walkthrough? And if that's the case, then it won't be contingent to whether the hard money lender approves it or not. You know what I mean? Or at least the EMD won't be. You know. So you just got to be ahead of that.
Yeah, 5K.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Has Roger gotten back? I suppose he hasn't gotten back with you yet, or
He hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Gotcha.
He's really horrible, man. So the thing is, he's horrible that I just want to get this done as soon as possible, because otherwise someone's going to snake in. This guy has no loyalty. His word doesn't mean shit, right? And so if someone comes in, offers him something higher, he's going to cancel ours and go with another one. And I'm not going to go through the whole memorandum bullshit. So let's close this as quickly as possible. And obviously on your side, I mean, I'm sure you'd rather get 15,000 versus 3,000. You know what I mean? But we got to be smart about it, because we can also lose the deal very quickly.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, let's hopefully we get some good news from current buyer, and if not, I mean, we'll know by pretty much tomorrow, you know, if we're just going to move forward. Yeah,
and just say, bro, I have someone right now. You know how I would do it? I would just go, hey, I have another buyer and they're interested. They want to do sight unseen at 160.
Right.
I know you're at 165, but look, can you do sight unseen? Maybe do 161. I don't know. Or don't even say that. You're like, can you do sight unseen? And if he says, oh man, I'm going to have to take a discount on that. All right, I like you. We'll do sight unseen. Beat it. You do 162. You know what I mean? And then just work your way. And then if he says 160, he'll do, then just be like, all right, let's do it. Sign it, and just say, hey, the first one that deposits the EMD wins. So let's make sure we're able to deposit the EMD. And then ask your buyer what title company he wants, so we can open title company today before 5 p.m. so that he can deposit that EMD tomorrow.
Right. Sounds good.
Cool?
Yeah.
Dude,
Sounds
let's
good.
get this thing going.
Yeah, back.
All right.
Keep you posted, bro.
All right, brother. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Let's go.
So I just talked to the seller or like via SMS. So the property's on market now. He's not in a rush to sell. I'm like, hey, like it's on market. You'll get more profit. Like there's no point for me to give you an offer. Like I'm not gonna waste my fucking time, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like most people shouldn't waste their time. You know, if it's on market and someone's like, send me an offer, you know, don't go down the rabbit hole of like give an offer. You just don't waste your time. But I said, you know what, you're in good hands. Like on market would be better. You know, the election's over. Everything's gonna rip. Let me know if anything changes. I need to be lower. And he says, sounds good. In a previous message, you mentioned seller structured financing. That is an opinion or option with 25% down payment. I was like, I do seller financing, but it's never over 10K. So happy to go down that route, but 25% down will kill the deal.
Yep.
And I think just be blunt, like tell people where you need to be, like, and don't waste your time sometimes. Cause I feel like some people like waste their time in these little rabbit holes and they need to get out of them.
Yep.
Yeah, 25% down, like that's hard,
Yeah.
especially on a 70% or 70K house.
Yeah.
Someone's
Yes,
on.
sir.
Do you buy any new leads or you just focus on the dispo you said?
Yeah, I'm just focusing on the dispo. I was like, oh man, it was so tempting to just buy the $15 a lead, but we still have a lot of leads that we haven't gone to the finish line or even locked up yet. So I was like, I just need to work on the ones that we have. You know what I mean? Because they'll have another sale for 10 or $15. So
Yeah. You know, I feel like you said, when you buy a lead, you'll get like at the end of the week, you'll get a 75% off and you can use that for exclusives anyways.
yeah. You know how you always ask Brandon, like, what are you working on this week and so forth. So over the weekend, since I mean, I did live on Saturday, but very briefly, and then yesterday I decided not to. I just kind of just ran and walked the beach and chill there, and just was able to just enjoy the time and collect my thoughts, you know. And I found a couple of inefficiencies that we've been doing the last few weeks. So I'll share that, and then I'd love your takeaway, or if there's anything you can add to it. And also, if any inefficiency that you've seen, because you've heard me talk multiple times now, more than happy to hear any feedback from you as well.
Totally.
So a couple of things is, one, I've realized two inefficiencies on my side. One is, lately I've been focusing more on the numbers and not so much on the motivation, which hurts me.
Yeah,
And then
and it's easy to get caught in that
yeah,
cycle because I feel like we're in the stage where like before we didn't know what a deal is and now we do. So now we only worry about the numbers, but we're also too focused on the numbers, not on the motivation. So it's like a sliding scale where like your energy is in one area, which is good, but you kind of like got rid of the motivation part. And I'm like the same right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I need to just scale it back again and get right in the middle, right? Because just like anything in life, when you do one thing too much, whatever it is that you're doing, too much of it tends to be pretty bad, right? So you want to have a balance. So that's one inefficiency that I found. The other one is, when I'm talking to a seller, and let's say my MAO is 130 with let's say a $20,000 fee on it already. I'm happy with a $20,000 fee. So then my first offer to that seller is 130. And so based on that, I just realized that if my MAO on my calculator says 130, I need to anchor lower.
Correct.
I need to anchor it at 100, at 100, 100, 110, and then move up to like 120, 125, and then if I have to 130. So I've realized that I go, okay, because then by starting at 130, I'm starting to cut into my $20,000 fee just on negotiating with the seller.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get cut in half again by
For the
the
buyer.
time with the buyer. So I'm like, fuck,
Mhm.
like I'm an idiot, right? I'm like, I should be anchoring this at 100, hopefully lock it up at 115. So now I have a $35,000 or $40,000 fee. So by the time it gets to the buyer, I can actually walk away with 20,000 instead of just 7 or 9,
Yeah,
whatever
I
it
think
is I've been
to like
walking away with.
like to visualize it, I like to say, like, well, not like to say, but in your story, you know, you get it deep at a discount from the seller. So when you go to battle, which is, you know, your buyer, you have all the armor that you need, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
you go for a headshot, you got your shield, right? Like, okay, there
Yeah.
goes 5K. Okay, we're still good. We're still moving, right? And
Yeah,
here
yeah.
comes another blow to your torso. You're like, oh shit, you know, still got 5K, so we're still good, you know, because they'll
Yeah.
beat you up on the buyer's end. So if you work on your numbers on the front end, which is, you know, the beginning of the pipeline, which is your seller, you got them down so good. So when it gets to the dispo side, you're further down the sales cycle to withhold or withstand those big blows from the buyers.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
that's good too.
So yeah, so that's what I found. And then the other inefficiencies on the dispo side, we're just not, we failed to move fast enough for some of these deals. And
Mhm.
so I put some systems into place with Tom and our dispo team now. To just be like, we got to move quicker on these. What I mean by that is,
How do you move quicker? Like you mean you get them locked up and just maybe all hands on deck to move quicker, or like what's the context?
yeah. So what I'm saying is, we had a couple of deals where we didn't hear any feedback. We didn't get any feedback for a whole week. And it's like, well,
Buyers and stuff.
so then what are we doing about it? Right. I'm like, for me, if I, once again, because I do 14-day closes, so it's all relative, right? So if you do 30-day closes,
Has
you
to
have
be
a little
quick.
bit more time.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Salute.
For me, since I do 14-day closes, if
Mhm.
I don't hear anything within the first 3 days, right? Meaning when I say I don't hear anything, meaning we're not getting any walk,
Cricket.
it's just crickets, right?
Mhm.
That being said, our team is constantly cold calling buyers. So
Okay.
they're still getting feedback because the buyers would be like, "Oh, no, I'm not interested because of the location."
Like they're
Or
looking at the deal, they're just not walking the deal.
they're just not walking the deal. So why are they not interested? I need to know ASAP why they're not. Is it a location problem or is it a price location? Is it a price
Mhm.
problem? Either way, most likely we're going to need to have a price drop.
Correct.
And so here's the
On
thing.
both ends. On both ends, like the buyers need a price drop, and you need a price drop on the wholesale side. Like,
Yeah. And
yeah.
so I'm going, Tom, why haven't we done anything? Like we marketed it. I'm making up numbers, right?
Yeah.
We marketed it at $100,000. We haven't gotten any walkthroughs. Why the heck is it still at $100,000
After a few
10
days.
days, 7 days later?
Yeah.
When now we only have 7 days to move. Why is
Yeah.
it
You
still
kind
at
of gotta you kind of gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. Like you're dispoing the deal, but if the deal's not dispoing, you have to like mentally prepare. Like, okay, by day 3, we're not getting any action. We're gonna price drop it, right?
we got to do it. We got to do it. Get an offer,
Like
right?
SOPs,
So,
right?
huh?
Like SOPs, right?
Yeah, center. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, so then let's say I talk Tom, I go, Tom, where do you think that will move? Where we can start getting feedback and getting walkthroughs. And Tom is very good at being honest with me. So Tom would be like, yeah, see that 100, bad location, bad price. But I feel like if that's based on my conversations with other buyers, we'll get more interest if it's like at 92.
Yeah.
Let's just say that, right? I'm just coming up with numbers, guys.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So I go, okay, Tom, then drop it at 92. Just blast it at 92. Let's get a freaking solid offer.
Mhm.
Because we get a 92, and then let's say we get multiple people to bid up, and now we're at 95. Now I can go back to the seller and go, hey, here's the situation, and I need you to be at 85, not 90.
Yeah, then I think a lot of people that are new will be like, well, should I get that price drop from the seller first, or should I price drop
Nope.
it on the investor lift? I would say, like you said, no, because it's kind of like just doing it and seeing the results. Because if there's no results, you have to go lower anyways, right? So
Yeah. And
yeah,
the last thing you want is negotiate with a seller
again,
because how do you know what price to negotiate it to if you haven't gotten any feedback from any buyers?
yeah, you don't have a sample size yet.
You don't have a sample size, so get a sample size. Once you get a sample size, then you have strategy to go back to the seller and go, hey, here's what's wrong with the house. Here's what we need to do, and based on this, we need to be at this price point.
Mhm.
Now you might say, well, Caesar, what happens if the seller says no? Well, you're back in the same spot anyway. You weren't getting any feedback. You're
What's your
gonna
due-
lose. You were
what's
gonna
your
lose the
due-
deal to begin with. So if the seller says no, guess what? You already lost the deal anyway. You're in the same situation as you were before you did a price drop on investor lift. Now,
Also,
if the other side of that coin, hold on for a second. The other side of that
Mhm.
coin is that seller goes, "Hey, man, 85 works for me," and the next thing you know, you get it assigned.
no,
All
yeah,
I'm saying is give yourself more out than having no out.
because a lot of this is like chess, right? Um, I feel like a lot of new wholesalers are just people in general that are just business and they're running their own business. They overcomplicate things, and sometimes you just got to pull the trigger and be like, I'm just gonna price drop it, and I don't even know if the seller's gonna go with it, but like you just do it, right? Like some things in wholesaling, you just do it. Like you don't really think, you just do it, and because if you wait to think, you'll run out of time. Like it'll go like 10 days without price dropping, and by the time it's day 10, you you don't have enough runway. Right?
You don't have enough runway. Yep,
So
exactly.
a lot of people get tied up in the nuances of like, I don't know. I always tell people like being an entrepreneur in any space, whether it's real estate, retail, sale, like anything, right? You basically just gotta think quick on your feet and just take action and just and kind of commit to the action, right? So like as a business owner, you don't have time to think about this stuff. Like, okay, well, should we price drop it now or let's wait? Like, no, you have to just do it, right?
Just got to do it. You just got to do it. So that's what I meant by we weren't moving fast enough on because we terminated about 5 deals, and I'm going, why didn't we move fast enough? So I got to take ownership to that because I should have just been quarterbacking the whole thing. And then Tom obviously took ownership to it too. Is like, yeah, it should have just been. We should have moved quicker on these. So lesson learned. But yeah, those were the inefficiencies that I found yesterday when I was just thinking about some of these deals.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes, like I know Caesar, you're a workhorse, and sometimes you got to take a day or two off to like you said, like reset. And usually those resets, you're like, oh shit, like you don't really see it because you're in the weeds. But once you
Because you're
take a
like
little break,
this. Because I'm like
yeah,
this. Sometimes you got to step back and go, okay, what's going on? You
yeah,
know?
like with Kathy being in the surgery, we kind of took a week or two off, and like I was like, okay, well, not a different perspective, but like more bird's eye view. And it's just like, okay, well, I could see the fails in my business because I kind of took a step back a little bit. And it's just easy to see the game board, right?
Yep. Yep.
I
Absolutely.
think that's good. Anything
Yeah.
else? Like, so you said dispo, anything else?
Those were the only 2 things really. Motivation. I'm not anchoring low enough. My anchor is close to the MAO, which is dumb. And by the way, if I solve those 2 things, then the dispo becomes easier, right? So they're all intertwined.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. I mean, for you guys that are watching, I mean, if you guys want to leave a comment, feedback, questions, feel free to do so. I'd love to hear from you guys. But yeah, that's what I found, man. And thank you for chiming in, Brandon. But Other than that, bro, like I know you've listened to a lot of my calls. I mean, is there anything else that you see? And if you don't have an answer to that question right now, don't worry about it. But if there's anything
I
that you
think
see, you're like, hey, like Caesar could have done this a little bit better. You know,
I don't think so. I think a lot of it's just time in the market, and you're definitely putting the time in. You know, you're buying leads. A lot of people get caught up in like the nuances of just stupid shit, and you're not caught in that bubble. You know, you're buying leads, you're doing what you need to do to get deals, and you know how to get deals, and you're just tinkering with little things to kind of add fuel to the fire, right?
yeah,
I think this is a numbers game. Like, you know, you could
dude, it
critique
so
yourself
is.
on like, yeah, you could critique yourself on the acquisition side, on the dispo side, but those critiques will be resolved with just more doing, right?
Yep.
That's
The
how I
more,
always feel. Like, I have so many critiques of myself, but a lot of times, like, there's no point like beating yourself up about it. It's just you just got to do more. Like, you got to get back in the fight.
I get back in the fight.
Just
Yeah.
we know that game. Then for me, I'm trying to figure out what to do with my business. Because I think Kathy wants to kind of do her own thing. Like, I know she wants to quit her job as a software engineer, and she wants to travel because she's always been school, even like as a little girl, and never really had a break. So I think she wants to take a break, reset. So she kind of wants to step away to find out like what she really wants to do, as far as like a
Yeah.
career. So for me, it's like, okay, now I'm going to run this business on my own. So I'm trying to figure out like, remember I was doing evictions and all that stuff. Now I'm like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to pull data because if I'm a one-man show, I don't know, like maybe you could not criticize, but like add your like 2 cents. But for me, I feel like if it's just me now, I could go one of two directions. One direction is buy my own and just maybe buy exclusive leads and dig in and buy less, but be more like pointed,
Yep.
like tip of
Yep.
spear,
Yep.
like more focused.
Yep.
And do it that way. Just do less, but buy better quality leads, and just like the work is still there. It's just I'm doing less because I'm getting better leads, like better quality. Or do I like maybe build my own team and manage something? I don't know. Because for me, I like day trading, and if I make a couple of wholesale deals on the way, I'm happy. So I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I can start a team, but like, okay, do I start a team then people rely on me, or do I just maybe like be not niche, but like more strategic and just do a few deals that are really good? So I'm trying to figure out what lane to go. I'm trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I mean, at the end of the day, only you can answer that question. But you also know, like, it's so difficult to do acquisition and dispo at the same time,
Yeah.
unless you're 100% just embracing the no, and you're like, I'm just looking for that one $25,000 deal once a week, and I now have 4 to dispo in the month, and I just have 4. You know what I mean?
Because if
Do
you
it
were
that
going to do
way.
it on your own, if you're going to do it just solo, how would that look?
That's probably how I would go about it. Just like forget all these little ones. I'll just go big ones. The little ones I'll probably go share with other people, but like go dispo this thing, you get a percentage of it. And then the
Like
big
JV
ones,
with other people?
that's the one that I'm gonna take the time to actually dispo myself. You know what I mean? I mean, you can look at it the other way around and be like, I just do, because you can do it this way too. Brandon, you can be like, $30,000 fees is all I want, and I don't give a shit. I'll just go ahead and have Jenny display it or whoever, Brad, Caesar, whoever, right? Like the people dispo the damn thing, and now that 30 becomes 15,000. Well, 15,000 times 4, that's still $60,000 in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's not bad. You know what I mean? Like people are looking like, well, I lost the 15, but yeah, but you also won 15. Like
I
that's
feel like
60,000.
for me, if I could, minus overhead, of course, your investor lift and all that shit. But as far as
Yeah.
net profit, minus the leads, I feel like net profit to me, like I'd be okay with like 15K. And that's
Yeah.
what, like 2 deals maybe?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
at first I was like, oh my God, I want to get like 5 deals a week, blah, blah, blah. Like you think you could take on the world, then you get in a dispo and you you go through the ringer, like, you know, we all go through the ringer, and you get out of the ringer like, like maybe 1 or 2 deals is good, like good deals,
Yeah.
not like 10 shitty ones, and it just drives you crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm
Exactly.
thinking like, I don't know, like, I don't think I should pull data if I'm doing it by myself. There's no point. And maybe just do exclusive leads, maybe sell leads. I don't like, you know, like sometimes less is more. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, because honestly, if I bought, like, I could just see it this way: if I bought a shit ton of sale leads, I might spend too much time on each one. But if I just bought exclusive leads, I'll have less leads, but they'll be better quality. So it's a different set of work. You know what I mean?
It is. It is. Yeah. But they're all good problems to have,
No, yeah.
you know. But yeah, I thought that was a good conversation, man. Speaking of that, let me call this buyer real fast.
Yeah, I'm just doing some follow-ups. Like, I'm trying to clear out my unreads.
Yep.
You've reached John Gettle. For a faster response, please send a text message.
Dang it, John. Who was the guy that saw it over the weekend?
Hello?
Hey, Ed. Good afternoon. It's Caesar. How are you, man?
Good. How you doing?
Doing all right, my friend. Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Yeah, easy weekend. How's yours?
It was good, man. I just relaxed. I don't know if I told you, but I'm currently in Maui, so I just relaxed by the beach all weekend long.
No.
I needed that time off to just kind of sit back and collect my thoughts and kind of just look at the business from a bird's eye view. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I got your text on Saturday. I tried calling you, but I remember you said you were gonna be busy, so I was like, you know what? I'll leave him alone and I'll just call you today. No, no worries, man. No worries. So yeah, so you're saying the max that you'd be at is at 1 mil here?
Yeah, honestly, like, I wouldn't go past that. Yeah. Because I was thinking, even though the 140 is to get done, you know, the contractor will get it done for 140. You don't really know, like, that can be, you know, the most basic renovation. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
like, so you gotta always factor in, you know, if it's an easy renovation and then put the cheapest stuff in, you know, it would probably be higher than the 140. So at the end of the day, if someone's buying $1.5 million house, right? They're not gonna want cheap stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, it wouldn't even be in it. I'd be in it because backing out, say, 1.2, 1.25 is what you're all in it for, and then you could potentially sell for 1.5. even at 1.7, maybe, but you know, you got to take the low case numbers.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yep. No, I understand.
So,
All right. Well,
kind of where we're at.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'll try, but I don't know if I can get them down to
Yeah,
1 mil.
I mean, like I said, there's so many other opportunities out there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
anything else, you know, it doesn't have to be this one.
Yeah, of course. If I were to get them down to like 1.1 though, or 1.15, is that something that you feel like you can work with?
I mean, no, honestly, you know, because let's say you're in for 200, right? I'm going for the renovation. I'm not going off the 1.4, I'm going off 200.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You're in it for 1.3 to make 200K. You're in it for way too much to make
200K.
200,000.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Maybe for someone else like who sees that, I mean, that is a lot of money, like, but it's not. At the same time, if you're all in for 1.3 just to make 200 grand, like there's other houses that I can get in, you know, foreclosures that
For a lot cheaper and make the same amount. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I got you. It makes sense. Okay, cool. Let me see what I can do. I'll let you know.
I'm not sure. Like, I doubt that you will come down to that, but always keep me in mind though if you have anything else.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you. Do you do? I have 2 amazing properties in Palm Coast. Do you do anything in Palm Coast?
I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you.
Palm Coast, Florida, and these are turnkey properties. Both of them you can wholesale, make about $200,000 a pop.
Oh, on the East Coast? No.
No, not in Palm Coast, Florida. Okay. All right. Cool, man. No worries. But by the way, if you have, what was that?
Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota County.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, brother. If you have, by the way, if you have any investors in your network that do buy from Palm Coast, let me know. I'd be more than happy to throw you a referral fee, or maybe we can even JV and make some extra cash that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll send you those 2 links, the investor lift links for those 2 properties, and then if you have anyone that buys around that area, feel free to forward it to them, and just let them know if they're interested and they call me, let them know to mention your name, so at least I know how to approach it and make sure you get paid on it.
Sounds good.
All right, cool, man. And then once I talk to the seller, if I can, in the small off chance that he's okay with that number, then I'll definitely give you a call and let you know. If he is okay with that number, how quickly will you be able to move if that works out for him?
Very quickly. You know, quick close.
Like a 7-day close, or
Probably like 10 days.
10 days?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. Let me work my magic, see what I can do, brother. Goodbye. Let's go, Abe. Oh, yeah. Hold on for a second. Dude, it'd be so cool if I can get these 3 deals across the finish line by Friday and hit my goal.
Oh yeah, dude, that'd be dope.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so super cool.
I'm supposed to have one funded tomorrow, so
Yeah. So I don't know if I explained. I think I explained it before. So whenever I do my goals, I have my must goal and my can do. So my must do is like 22,000. My can do is 50,000. And my must do, I'm only 22,000 behind. If my with my can do, I'm 52,000 behind. And so
what's
with
your?
these 3 goals, I'll be over 22.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So for the folks that are listening, the reason why I do the must do and can do, if you guys haven't heard of this before, most people will achieve 80% of their goals. So whenever I have a goal, I always just put an extra 20% on top of it. So in that way, that's my focus. If I fall short of that number, there's a very, very high chance that I achieve the real number. A lot of people focus on the real number, and then 80% of the time they don't reach that number. So shoot for the moon and you'll land on the stars. So I did that, I did that. Okay, put it in. Huh. Jesus, what's Tom doing? I can't get a hold of this guy.
Your call has been forwarded to voice.
I got like 30 messages to reply to, and then I'll start calling.
What was that?
I got like 30 SMS messages to respond to, then I'll start calling. There's so many.
Let me call this title company real fast.
Your call has been forwarded.
So Harker Heights, Brooklyn. Hey Tom.
Yo, dude. Sorry, I was on the phone every time you called. What's up, man?
No worries. I was just complaining and bitching on live call. I'm like, what the heck is Tom doing? Just kidding. So it looks like we've got some movements for the Brooklyn, Maryland deal, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking send this shit out, dude. Because if that buyer's at fucking 160, 165, we should be able to get a higher fee.
Yeah. Now, can you just double check with the buyer if he still needs to do a walkthrough? I know he's saying sight unseen because remember we've been through this before where they did sight unseen and then they ended up backing out in the end. It's like, let's just make sure that we know, like, okay, if we do this sight unseen, like, what's your next step? What's your process like, Mr. Buyer?
Well, what I was gonna do is I was gonna put it on the contract that the offer is sight unseen. So the offer is not contingent upon seeing the property, you know. So if he ever did come back, I'd be like, no, dude, you said I'll get you access and you can go see it, but we're not renegotiating on the price.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna put that in the assignment contract. One thing I'm gonna do now though is I'm gonna tell him like, hey, bro, we got another buyer, 165, but he wants to see it. Like, do you want to get this shit locked up? Like, I can be at 160. Or I can get you in there to see tomorrow or Wednesday or whenever you get that walkthrough scheduled.
Yeah. No, don't even give him that option. Just be like, yo, if you want this, can we do 160 sight unseen? And I won't even bother about the 165.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That was also the other reason why I called, just to see if we can get it to come up. But yeah, you know how to play it.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, and I was gonna reblast it too, because obviously, like, this area's hotter than what we fucking thought, dude.
Bro, I was telling you guys. I know you guys were saying $80,000 and it's gonna be lower. I'm like, bro, no, there's something going on in that area. We can get a good amount there. It's like a Joshua. I just had that feeling. You know what I mean?
Weird, man. Like, cause some of these fucking deals, dude, they don't make sense. They don't abide by the rules on profit calculation. Like Cahokia was the opposite problem.
Yeah.
You know? And then this, it's like they don't fucking care about making that much. So I don't know. It's weird, bro.
I know. Well, this is what I was talking to Brandon and going on live. It's like at the end of the day, we got to move quick and we got to listen to the market. And the market is telling us there's something going on there. So let's take advantage of it. Let's move forward. Hopefully, Abe's guy can come back and just do sight unseen at 160, and then. Can you do me a favor? Can you call Abe and tell him like how you're gonna play it out on the sight unseen, what you're gonna put on the assignment contracts and so forth, so in that way he knows how to talk to his buyer, and then let's just get a quick bid war going on and just get whoever gets the sign it and gets the EMD deposited.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I'm gonna call my buyer first before I do that, because if he's like, yeah, we can do it, then I just want to get it done, you know.
I know, but just call Abe though before you do call the buyer, because I mean, looking at it from Abe's point of view, obviously he wants he wants 15,000 versus $6,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, let's give him a pretty good shot at it and just let him know, look, at the end of the day, the goal is to like get it across the finish line. So we've got something, you know what I mean? What's the saying goes? One bird in hand is better than two birds on a bush, whatever it's called. But
What the fuck do you come up with these sayings? I've never heard that ever.
I don't know. There's a saying like that. Maybe I didn't say it right. But yeah, just talk to him right now and then let's see what we can do and then let's just close on it.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Yeah. And then if we close on it and we have enough, if you get it up a little bit higher, then maybe let's just give I don't mind giving Abe a little bit more just so that, you know what I mean? So that it makes sense for him too.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
All right. Bye.
Adrian, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, Caesar? Doing good?
Adrian, the
Brandon?
beast, the action taker. Let's go.
Yo, I'm trying to go all week.
What's up, bro?
Let's go.
I didn't realize that it was so competitive to get the leads. Like during this morning I was looking on speed to lead.
Yeah.
And everything was going quick, and all that's left is like 2 years, been renovated, like full renovated. I'm like, I'm not gonna buy that lead,
Yeah.
So I collected a couple because I knew I was gonna come on. So I'm ready to get dialing.
Bang away, bro. Because I'm
For sure.
doing a lot more dispos, so I'll put myself on mute. Go for it.
Okay, perfect. What about you, Brandon? How you doing?
Does it have it in it?
Doing good. I got one deal that's supposed to be funded tomorrow, so that'll be, a good chunk of money to buy some more leads. But yeah, just kind of going through all my old leads to try to, doing these follow-ups, see if there's any deals out there. Once I clear that out, I'll probably buy a few more leads like during the week, maybe 2 or 3 a day. We'll just see. But yeah, just trying to clean up the CRM and get things ready to buy more leads. So I had a bunch of messages go out because they're in the automation, and the automation hit like over the weekend, and it sent out a bunch of texts. So I'm replying to a bunch of those because those are like 30-day or 90-day follow-ups. They're like, oh, we haven't yet. So I'm like, now I'm going back and copying them again and all that stuff. So it just takes a while.
Yeah. No, you got to manage the whole thing. I was doing that this morning as well.
Yeah.
I got on Friday. I got literally a deal handed in my hands.
Oh, yeah.
The guy calls me, or no, I call him, and we talk, and obviously he's just like the best seller. Like just talks to me about everything, tells me about the whole house, everything. Tells me the price, and he tells me the price at 130. I look on comps, and I'm like, there's nothing telling me why his price is wrong or I should be any lower. So I was just like,
what's the market around there?
The ARV was like 293, and like her maybe at conservative 277, but either way it worked. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. Next morning, I literally because it was like late night on Friday. So he's like, oh, just send me the contract. We'll see tomorrow morning. Next morning I call him. I don't know if it was his wife or who answered. I think it was him. He said like, yeah, like wife's in shower. We're like, we'll take a look at it. Call again. Wife answers. Says, yeah, there were some things that he had some concerns about or wanted to talk about. So we'll call you like when we're ready, whatever. So I'm like, okay, I won't be like super desperate, whatever. I'll give them the time to call me back, whatever. So I call back later the day, and then they say, yeah, there was like the clause of like you can renegotiate based on condition, whatever. They didn't really want that. And they said, oh, but there's another guy who called me yesterday as well on Friday, who sent a contract that didn't have that, and he's a local guy who like grew up same neighborhood as them. So I was like, shoot.
Well, then I would be like, well, what makes you think that he's not just going to price drop you later? Like, it says that in the contract to say like, hey, if I walk the property or my team walks the property and the condition is a lot more worse, we will have to negotiate. That's just common sense. So
Yeah.
of course I put that in the contract, but if someone's putting in their contract that they're not looking at the property, like that's bullshit.
I know. I was surprised they did, but I think this guy's just like a local buyer, and I think he just knew it was the right deal, so he's just like get the right price. So he's just like,
Yeah, I'd be like,
Straight up.
do you think this person could actually close? And if so, I would go with them. If not, then I could close. But you know, I run a business and I have contracts, and this is what the contracts look
Yeah.
like. And sometimes you just need to throw other people under the bus, or just say, okay, well, what's wrong with the contract? Like, tell me right now.
yeah,
Oh, well, this part, well, that's only in there because what if I look at the property and there's a hole in the roof? I'll definitely have to renegotiate.
Yeah.
I'm buying sight unseen. You know,
yeah.
you
That's
just
what
gotta sometimes push back more on the seller. But it sucks, you know.
Yeah. No, that's what I try to explain to him. I was like, well, this is why we do it, blah blah blah. I even offered like, okay, well, we can match that. We can just take that out of the clause. But I think the main thing was more he's like local. He knew I was from Montreal, He knew I was from a ways away, and that I was partnering up with a local partner.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
That's kinda hard to
was
compete with
exactly.
boots
It's
on
hard to
ground
compete
people.
with a guy who's like he's gonna go to their house, like sign the contract in person. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I would be like, well,
That's tough.
I would go with them. I'll check back in a few weeks, but
Exactly.
if they don't close, let me know. And I'll be
yeah,
like, okay, see you, bye.
yeah. I know, but I didn't want to like go to this one, but I understood that it was just they were more comfortable with that. So I was like a bit bummed, but I called him
Yeah.
again today, and he said, yeah, anything goes wrong, like whatever, like I'll let you know.
Yeah, and I also say like, hey, a lot of people can make you feel warm and fuzzy, but a lot of these people can't perform. So,
Yeah,
I'm giving you this number because I could perform at this number. And if they give you stuff, like, okay, we'll go with them. I'll go buy another house. Because honestly, like a lot of people get caught in like the kissing ass part of. Not saying you are. I'm just saying I've been in like you kind of like get desperate, like commission breath. Sometimes you just be like, hey, well, I'll just buy another house and good luck with that buyer.
yeah, no, 100%.
But sometimes you do need to dig in and handle those objections and maybe throw other people under the bus and try to get them. But some other times it's just like, okay, we'll go with them. I'll keep calling around. I'll spend my money somewhere else.
And actually, the one thing I wonder if I should have done, I mean, I probably definitely should have done, and I probably should do in the future, even though I knew it was good at 130, I should have probably maybe
come up in price a little bit.
Yeah, maybe negotiate a bit more on price, not just like, okay, yeah, it's good. I don't see why not. I should have probably negotiated a bit. I mean, obviously I would have lost it anyways because the guy was ready to do it 130, but
what was the rehab on it? Like price? Like 10, 20, 30, 50?
Like there was even pictures online and it looks super clean, but I always put, even if it's clean, it still needed to be like remodeled. Like the kitchen needed to be renewed, like
25K.
New cabinet, stuff like that. Paint outside was fine. So I just did it, ran the numbers for full rehab interior, and it's about 60 grand, and it worked. It works at that number. Actually,
at 60 grand, what's the profit on the calculator?
60, 62.
That's 1-to-1.
It's 1-to-1, so it's literally perfect. And honestly,
it doesn't really go down in price or come up in price, really.
Sorry?
I was gonna say you can't really come up in price. I was gonna say like if rehab's 30K and profit's 60K, then yeah, you could come up in price. But if it's kind of 1-to-1, like your number that you said was probably good.
Yeah, no, 130. I was looking. I was like, yeah, that's good. Nice. But I did think of going up. He told me this morning though that even if he had another offer at 150, he wanted to keep his word and he wouldn't even take it.
Yeah. I feel like for these people like this, you just say, okay, well, now things change, let me know, then hit them up in 2 weeks. Like,
yeah,
hey,
100%.
Close with that person. Because a lot of times, like playing the probability kind of side of things, more than likely they won't close. That's just
yeah.
Like all these people that say, oh, I got an offer, I'll call them back and I'm like, hey, what happened to that ridiculously high offer? And Caesar's probably seen it time after time, but a lot of sellers are like, oh, we have this offer. I'm like, okay, well, go with them. And
Yeah.
a few weeks later, I check back in because it's all in the follow up. Oh, did you close on that? No. It happens.
Yeah,
So-
I gotta go. There's another lead. I gotta go do that. I just remembered.
Nice. But yeah,
But,
you did good. It just sometimes there's
it was just
variables
funny.
you can't control.
Yeah, it was just funny because it literally just landed in my hand. I thought it was God. Like, just here you go.
It's like that South Park episode where it's like
It was too
tucking in,
perfect.
it's like, and it's gone.
Yeah, it was too perfect. Anyways, I'm gonna start calling these guys.
Yeah, I had a deal here in San Diego. It was supposed to,
Yeah.
it was in escrow, ready to go. The seller had a bunch of liens, and I was like, okay, if we close on this, I'm going to make like 15K just on my end, right? So I found the deal and I dispoed it myself. So I was like, 15K, awesome, right? The seller had too many liens. It would never work.
Oh yeah.
So I was like,
Okay.
done. So like we were in Europe, we're like, okay, we're going to close on this deal. Like it's been months and months, and get back home, and we're just driving around. And my the buyer who's in sub 2, they're a real estate agent, they're a buyer. They reached out to me. They're like, hey, like, I don't think this deal is going to close. The seller has too many liens. Like, we tried. And I'm like, yep, we tried. That's the best we could do. I was like,
I don't get it.
$15,000 just gone.
But title didn't find that, or
Well, we already knew they had all the liens.
oh,
and
you already knew. Okay.
They negotiated those liens down, so the numbers make sense. But
Oh, I see what you're saying.
it's just, I think he's a professional, like, lien dodger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I think he just sucks his equity out of his house, spends the money, and then goes into foreclosure, and like just.
Oh, that's just what he does, eh? Yeah.
I was like, damn it.
Yeah, no, that must have sucked for sure.
Yeah,
That you just say on to the next.
yeah, you can't really. No, you can beat yourself up about it, but like honestly, you just move on.
And you dispo your deals, or you have someone now to dispo?
Oh, we dispel our deals, yeah. If they're novations, I'll send them to my buddies.
Okay.
But yeah, we dispel our own deals. So now it's like, now we know they have to be good deals because you're just going to end up wasting your time if they're not good deals on the acquisition side.
Yeah, like when you lock it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like,
Yeah.
when you're new, you're like, okay, this will work if I do this,
Uh-huh.
move these numbers around, then you lock it up, then you get no buyers, and you're like, I just wasted so much time.
Yeah, you wasted their time, your time. Okay.
Yeah. So I like to dig in more like, hey, is this is it a fabricating deal? You just got to make sure it is a deal because
I've kind of fell in that recently. There was two deals where I had like my number is here. Seller wants like literally right over. So there's one I'm literally $3,000 off, but it's like he wants 45 and I'm like max 42. And he's tight. He bought it for 42. So
I'll say, hey, it's not a deal at that number for me, but
yeah.
I have partners. I could just wholesale this for you. I pay a lot of money for investor lift, about $30K a year. That's where all the buyers are. It's not a deal for me, but I'm pretty sure I have a partner that will want to buy it. So how about you just give me a few weeks? I'll try to get that price and, we'll close on your property. And if I can't do it, then we're back to
Oh,
square.
like you're saying like, okay, we'll lock it out at 45. I can't promise you, I can't, like for me, it doesn't work. I can't promise you I can get you that, but I'll try and market it.
So I might have a partner that might be willing to pay more for this deal, but for me, it's not a deal at all.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to be at this number, and apparently you don't want to go that low. So, I think the numbers still look good, but not for me as an investor. But I do have partners, and what I could do is I could send you an agreement for that price. Once you sign it, I'll push it out to my investors, my partners, and stuff like that. Then I should know about a week or two. If we get some good traction. If not, we'll just cancel.
Okay.
That's kind of how you don't want to like make that all your deals because you're just locking up shitty deals. But if it's there, you can always pitch it to a novation too. Like once you're in it, just locking up the contract's the most important thing. But of course you don't want to lock up shitty deals, but sometimes there's these deals where you just need to lock them up to go through the experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 'cause
Okay.
you learn so much when you do a deal. You know, you're talking to escrow companies, you're talking to buyers. You learn so much.
Mm-hmm.
And with a $3,000 difference, that's not that big of a difference.
No.
No, but it makes, I don't know, for this deal, like it's really top.
I'll do it for 2K. 2K.
Like-
Well, let me ask you, Adrian. If you
Yeah.
lock them up at 42, because that's where you need them to be,
Yeah.
what's your assignment fee?
I think it's like 5.
Okay, so then
Yeah.
if you lock it up at 45, then it's only 2,000.
Yeah,
right?
it's only 2.
Okay,
But if you're
cool.
just doing it yourself,
And, but why it's
pricing?
but why it's tight is because it's more of a buy and hold play, and at 42 it's 20% equity. You get me? So it's like, I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Like if
Yeah.
if I
Buying
like I do
equity.
the flip, like I always calculate if it was a flip, and then if it's not if it can't be a flip, then I'm like, okay, well, let me see what it'll rent for. Like if it's a good buy and hold, and it's barely a good buy and hold at 42. Like at 42, it's like 20%.
Do you have your profit calculator up that you can share real fast?
Yeah, I can share it.
If you want. But I 100% agree with Brandon there. But if you've been using my line of partnering with local partners since
I have,
you're
yeah.
all the way in Canada, then you already so you can already say, hey, since I'm looking for partners on this, I
Mhm.
may find a partner that's at 45. So if I can get you that 45 and I still make my margins on the back end, that makes it a sweeter deal. I'm more
Okay.
than happy to go to work for you. So you don't necessarily have to tell them like you have to wholesale it because you already have. You got what I mean? That's why that
Yeah, I already
line
have that line.
opens
Yeah.
that runway for you in the future. Oh, just go for the calculator. You don't need to do all of that.
Yeah, I just forgot. Wait, okay, I have it written
Oh.
down, the ARV and all that. Okay, right here.
Cool. I can add it to the stage.
So it goes like the lower end, like just the small repairs, like 19,000 repairs goes for 85.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. You haven't done it. Okay, cool.
And then he wants 45. So that's what I'm saying. I think it's like, whoops. Yeah, I see 42,000 is 20%. And then 45,000 now it's like 16% equity. It's not as, I mean, I guess it's still.
So if this was a flip, what's the rehab cost?
If it's a flip, you could probably, I forget how much it was that you can get. I think it was like probably around 150,000, and then this is how many square feet? 1,254. And he wants 45,000.
Question? Can I ask you a quick question? And maybe I'm the one that's wrong here. But why does your ARV change for a rental or a profit? Your ARV will be the same.
Well, because we're putting in less repairs, right?
No.
Yeah, you're right that we're putting in less repairs, but your ARV should still stay the same. If it comes off by a little, but not by $40,000.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I would still put that at ARV at 125 or 150, if anything.
Okay.
45. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess that I'm always confused with the buy and holds, how low you run the
so
ARV.
like right now your repairs I would probably put at 45 for that one.
Yeah.
The repairs would be 45. And then for the other one, I'd just put it at 22 and a half or 25. Make it 25.
Okay, so this looks not bad as a buy and hold.
Yeah. So right here, what's your all-in number and what's the rent rate? Is that rent rate correct?
I just go look here, 800.
800. So put 802 there.
And I think and I confirmed with him that 800 is what he thinks it could rent out for.
Okay. So then what's your all-in number on the rental one, on the rental side?
77,000.
Okay, cool. Dude, bro, let's just assume for a second your ARV is only 100,000. You don't have to type it in, but let's just assume for a second it's 100. That's a free house, right? Because you as a buyer and buyer all-in number is 77, but you can go to the bank, get it appraised for 100, take 80,000 bucks out.
Yeah.
This is actually a pretty good deal because now you can go to buy and hold. You get a 1% rule, which I don't know if that's good in that neighborhood. Maybe you need to be closer to 2%.
Yeah, it's Columbus,
Ohio.
right near Atlanta. No, Columbus, Georgia, right outside of Atlanta.
Yeah, so I don't know what the rental return should be around that place, but be closer to 2%.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when I do this, my ARV always stays the same. I just change the repair cost.
Really? Okay. Because I'm really confused on that then.
And Brandon, maybe like I said, maybe I'm wrong. Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong here. But that's how I've always done it. And I've never had any problems with the buy and hold buyer going, oh, your ARV is wrong. You know, if your ARV is wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, because if you look at the range of what's selling, it sells pretty good, and like there's a lot of 100, 120, like in that range. But I went like, okay, mid rehab. This is how I think of it. So tell me if I'm wrong. So I'd be like, I take these as like full rehab comps, like the really high ones, and then I go like these ones that are like 105, 108. I'm like, okay, these are the mid rehab comps. So 105 for mid rehab, and then I'll go for light rehab. I'll go like look at these that are like the price drops to 80 now. That's why where I found my 85 to 80.
Yeah,
that's how I think of it. I don't know if that's correct.
But I think that's such a huge drop though, from 125 to 85. Okay. I mean, I would just move it like at 105, which is what you had anyway for a medium rehab.
Yeah,
that's what you're gonna do on a rent to get it rent ready.
And I'll just show you guys this one because this one's pretty funny. So for 40 grand, this one sold on market. Look how terrible this is. So as long as this doesn't look like this, it doesn't look like a shitter.
Yeah.
It should be not too bad.
Exactly.
Okay. So this makes more sense. So you would just like drop it maybe like a couple. You don't even look at the comps. You just drop it a couple. Okay.
Yeah, because you already have the ARV. Like, the ARV should be around the same amount.
Okay, that makes sense.
I wouldn't drop it by that much. Once again, I can be completely wrong. Maybe you might want to double check with Cassie and them. They're the experts. But so far, I haven't found that to be a problem for me. So I just try to make it as simple as possible. Whatever my ARV is the same. The only thing that I change is the rehab cost.
Okay. Okay, perfect then. So then at 45, it looks pretty good then.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would just lock it up at 45, and then move quick on the dispo side. If you need to get down to 42, then you need to get it down to 42. Yeah. At the end of the day, dude, if you get this thing locked up and then you dispo it within a week, I mean, I understand 5K is better than 2K, but 2K is better than no K.
Yeah.
You know
100%,
what I mean?
100%.
For a quick 1 week turnaround.
No, 100%. You're right. Okay, cool.
Now, if you're like $20,000 off, then that for me, that's manufacturing a deal. But if you're a few $1,000s off, even 10,000, like, I don't think that's manufacturing a deal. That's just you giving yourself the ability to close something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because there's another one where seller wanted 600,000 for like 3 properties, and I got him down to 500,000. But I was still like a little lower for it to work. Like he wanted 225 for the houses. I needed to be like at 210. And I kind of told him like, okay, 225. Let's try and make it work. And I got the response from the comp analysis, like the Resimply, Justin Helms and all that. They checked it and they were like, yeah, you can't lock it up at this price. It's not good. So I was like, I kind of got trapped in that. Okay, I'll just lock it up at what the seller says, but
Yep. So did you lock it up?
I didn't lock it up yet.
Oh,
But
you didn't like
I told him I was gonna do it. I told him, okay, perfect. And one of the lots was a land deal, which I have no clue how to analyze. So I just told him some number I didn't even know.
Yeah, I absolutely hate land deals.
Yeah. So I think I might just drop it. I'm sure there's some creative finance deal that can happen there or something, but I'm not gonna touch any of the seller
Yep.
finance stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, that's it. But
Cool, man.
like you say, just lock up more deals, just call more sellers, get more, you know. So I'm gonna go do some calls now.
Yeah, go do your thing, man. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Adrian, you put yourself on mute.
You mean
Yeah,
take 'em off mute?
I'm gonna put it on you until I get someone.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just gonna be calling buyers. So if you want, you can just keep going. I'll put myself on mute since
Okay, perfect.
a lot of people would rather hear seller calls.
Sounds good.
un appel interurbain.
Hi, is this Mary? This is Adrian. You entered your information on my website, calling about 256 Ermin.
I entered my information on your website.
Yeah, and I'm calling about your property on Ermin. I think you talked to my my partner Adam.
Okay.
So are you still looking to sell that property?
Yes, I'm contemplating selling it.
Okay. How much you looking for?
200.
200 for the property? And it's not listed currently, correct?
No, but if I decide to sell it, I will list it probably in the next 30 days.
Oh, okay. And what's the reason you're looking to sell it? Is it I see it's vacant.
It just now become vacant. I purchased it for my daughter who's in medical school. She has since graduated, and I don't have any further use for it.
Oh, okay. And you
So
live?
I'm looking to purchase toward the south, which is where I'm headed south.
You're headed south. South where?
Tennessee, Mississippi.
Okay, Tennessee. Okay. Okay. So south of the country. And so your daughter was the tenant previously. Is that correct?
Yeah, she's a med student. She's now a physician, so she's in.
Okay. Okay. And that's your.
It's down by the medical center. It's down by the medical center.
Okay. And you reside in Cincinnati right now?
No, I live in Louisville.
Okay, Louisville. Okay, I see. So right now there's no tenants. You're just looking to sell. Your daughter also is moving?
But she has moved already.
She has moved already. And she's no longer in Cincinnati, correct?
No, she's not.
Okay. And the property, how's the inside? Does it need work?
Oh, the inside is, yeah, the inside has been fully redone. New floors, painting, all that stuff.
Okay, recently?
Yeah, I put in new floors last summer.
Okay. Okay.
It was painted last summer. I had a niece who was in it, and she just finished her program, so she just moved out last week.
Okay. Okay, so there was your daughter and then your niece. So it's only been vacant for a week.
Yeah, for a week.
Okay. And you've had this property for a good while now?
About 7 years.
7 years? Okay. And so the property, what about the kitchen and does it need to be modernized at all?
The floors were I think I redid the kitchen floors. The refrigerator is new. The stove is it is an electric stove. It's fine. It doesn't necessarily, unless you want to put one in that's programmable. So it doesn't really need any type of modernization on that. The sink is one of those classic, really durable ceramic sinks. Doesn't have any chips or anything in it. So it was one of the items I elected to keep because of, it's hard to find those type of old, really sturdy, durable sinks like that.
Okay, I see.
It had new faucets and stuff put in, new garbage disposal, those kind of things were redone since I've had it.
Okay. So if
cabinets were redone as well.
Okay.
Yeah, new cabinets were done last summer.
Okay. So if you were to do any work on this, like what would you think needs to be done to the property?
Like you could probably paint the deck if you wanted to. There isn't anything major that really needs to be done. It has 2 decks. I think the only thing left I was going to do is maybe paint the deck.
Okay.
It has an upper deck and a lower deck.
Okay.
I guess you could put new curtains in if you want to put new curtains in.
Okay.
There is some antique type. The fireplace has like a marble type ceramic marbling around it on both. There's 2 fireplaces, one on the first floor and second floor. And I don't think they ever used them, so I don't know if they work or not, but they're there and they were. If you're into antiques, it's one of those really old historic type.
Yeah.
That people tend to try to preserve.
Okay.
Because you can't get those anymore. You can't find that type of work anymore.
Okay. And what's the ideal situation here? Are you looking to sell like quite quick? Like what would be the ideal situation? You get your 200 and you sell in a couple weeks? Is that the ideal situation for you?
Yeah, I'm either going to, if I sell it, I will have that completed in the next 30 days. Because I'm looking at some property down in Mississippi to purchase also.
Okay.
So if I sell it, that's what's going to happen. Or if I decide to rent it again, if I get an offer for 200, I'll sell it. If not, I will re-rent it out.
Okay.
Again.
Okay. So you have a couple of properties. Do you have also other properties in Cincinnati?
I do not have other properties in Cincinnati. I have a condo in Maryland, down by the football stadium. I've got a farm in Louisiana. Got some land in Mississippi, which is where I'm planning on retiring. And the house adjacent to my land in Mississippi has come open. I have first right of refusal on it.
Okay.
So I'm looking at contemplating purchasing that if my niece doesn't want it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So ideally you get it sold and you can buy that property you wanted, and obviously you would want to list it.
I can buy the property in Louisiana. I can buy the property in Tennessee without selling.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can buy it without selling.
Yeah, no problem. Because obviously I'm looking at the numbers right here, and there are some selling around 150,000, some at 200. I'm just gonna see how pristine they look. But if this would be a cash offer, and we would cover closing costs. So if we can handle this for you and do that and sell in the next couple of weeks, what would be the best price you could do for me?
200 is what I'm looking for.
200 what you're looking for? Okay.
Yep.
Because I'll just let you know what I'm seeing on the market. The properties selling at 200 are like brand new rehabs, like fully renovated. So I think if you were to put on market, I don't know if you'd get 200, but you could probably get in the upper 100,000 range.
Well, this has a fenced-in, nice backyard and everything. So, like I say, I'm not hard pressed to sell it. So, because it is an easily rentable piece of property, because it is over by the medical school, and it is by the university and the VA hospital and the zoo. So it is in a very good location, quiet location.
Yeah.
And it is 5 bedrooms. So, like I said, I'm not hard pressed to sell it. I've gotten several people who expressed interest in it, and that would be the rate that I'm looking for.
Okay. So it's 5 beds, 3 baths, right?
5 beds, 2.5 baths.
2.5 baths. Okay, yeah. And the square footage, it says here it's 1,900. Is that correct as well?
Oh, I'm sure it's bigger than that.
Bigger than that? Okay.
Oh yeah, it's bigger than that. This is a 3-story. This is a 3-story house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe the information needs to be updated here, but that makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
And so you're in Louisville. Is there other
I am.
is there other properties you're looking to sell as well?
No.
Okay, this is the one that you're looking at right now to sell.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other properties I have, I'm going to keep.
Okay. And I'm just curious. You have properties all over in many states. Are you the one who manages all of them, or do you have someone to help you?
I mean, I've got someone in each city that is typically a relative. I've got the property in Mississippi. I have 2 brothers and 2 children that are there, so they're able to monitor those. And if anything needs done, I mean, it's 6-7 hours drive to go and get what's done. Most stuff you can do over the phone.
Okay.
And you know, so in Louisiana, I own about part of about 700-800 acres of farmland. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, at the price you're asking, you could probably get around that, maybe a little bit under on market. It will sit because from what I'm seeing, the properties that are listed, they've been over 40 days. There's one at 37 days, 103 days, 55 days on market. So it might sit for a little while, but I think you should be getting around the price you're looking for. So I would recommend to go list it on market. But if ever anything changes, you can always call me back. We do cash offers and we can close quick. So if that's ever something you're interested in, we can do that for you. If not, I'll talk to my team and I'll see if there's anything we can do to get closer to that price. If I were to, you know, if I do talk to my team and they say, okay, we can maybe do 180, 185 or 190, like, is there still room to negotiate on that price?
There's not much room to negotiate because, like I say, it's not a must-sell deal, and I have put about $75,000, $80,000 in renovation in it, in upgrading this property.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty much.
It's not much.
Yeah. So there's not much for me to add value to, anyways. Okay. So that makes sense.
Yeah. I put quite a bit in renovation.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take a look and I'll talk to my team. If ever we can get more for you and kind of get close to that price, I'll let you know and call you. Even if we're 180, 190, I'll still make sure to get back at you. But yeah, like I said, it's a good idea to probably just list it and you could probably get around that price. And if ever you're looking to sell any of your other properties, feel free also to call me. We're always looking to purchase in many states, especially the East Coast.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of people want their condo down by the stadium.
Condo by the stadium?
Yeah, by the Red. Well, it used to be the Redskins, but whatever they Commander, whatever they call it, that's now stadium. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying you're also looking to sell that condo?
Nope, not for sale.
Okay. I was wondering.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not for sale.
Okay. Anyways, you look like you're doing good.
Rent the parking space. You want to rent the parking space, go to the game, you can do that, but no, it's not.
Oh, I'll come down and I'll go come check a game. We'll go together.
No, it's not for sale.
All right. Well, if anything comes up, I'll let you know. And if ever you're looking to sell anything, just you have my number, so feel free to call me.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks, Marie.
Okay.
You have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
You too.
The worst kind of seller.
Tough.
Yeah, that was a good call.
Yeah, beginning was kind of wacky, but I kind of saw right away that the price she wanted was close to market. Yeah, close to market price.
Yeah, and it's hard to like get off the phone sometimes with these people. But in hindsight, you got to know, like, okay, this call took 20 to 30 minutes. The next, like spending a lot of time on sellers like this is hard because then you can't get to the next one.
Yeah.
You know, because you only have so much time in the
Yeah.
day, right? But I think you did a good job of asking questions. I think you did really good at that. Sometimes I don't ask good questions, and I think you're pretty good at asking questions.
That's surprising, guys.
Yeah.
I don't usually think that, but thank you. Yeah.
No, I think you did good because you kept asking and asking, which is good. It's just what's ARV around there? Just like quick.
Like the big issue is that on PropStream it comes out as a 3-2, three
What's
beds,
the-
two baths, but
put
hers is
the-
actually sorry.
I was gonna say put the property in that private chat. I'll look it up real quick.
Okay. Yeah, it comes up as a 3-2. So right away I was like, oh, okay, this is not great. But I realized that when she told me 5 bedrooms, I was like, oh well, I'm not looking at the right comps. But
Okay.
but
So-
the 5 beds, they go around like 230, 250 anyways. So there's not much room there anyways.
So when I was kind of not new, but it's so the data was wrong on this call, right? The data was wrong with the square footage and the bedroom count. So I used to run into that all the time, and what helps me is I got Zillow, I got Realtor, I got Redfin, and I got Privy. So let me just put on Zillow. I'll type it in a Realtor. I got to type in a Realtor. Let me type it in on Redfin. Then on Privy, that's where I'll do my comping, right? So that's kind of what my order of operation is, right? So I'm not pre-comping. I'm just saying, okay, well, Zillow shows it as a 5-bedroom, 3-bath. I get tons of photos, so that's valuable. So on Zillow, it says 5.3. Zillow estimates 210. Realtor has still a lot of photos. It says 5.3, so that's accurate. Going for 142. So you got 142, we got 210. So the numbers are kind of weird on the
they're wonky
estimated value, but the square footage is accurate. Realtor says 5-bedroom, 2.5 bath at 306. So we got a 306 estimate value. We got a 140 and a 210, right? So let me go on Privy. Privy says 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, right?
Yeah.
So more than likely, just looking at the property, like even on the street view, I would say, yeah, this does not look like a 3-bedroom. More than likely, just probability, it's probably a 5-bedroom, right? Like it says on Zillow. So if the lady's like, hey, I'm looking to get 200, and I look on Zillow, it says 210. On Realtor, it says 140.
Yeah, you're right.
On Redfin, it says 306. I'm like, oh. Okay, now let's look at Privy. I'll look at Privy. Everything around there is going for, let me do all, because on Privy has different data. That's not accurate. So in that neighborhood, there's tons of comps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let all the comps in, but I'm going to maybe shorten up the box. So instead of 0.5, I'll do 0.25.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll go square footage top.
Do you want to share your screen, or I don't mind if the address is shown.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just show you what I do. Caesar might have to tap me in. Okay, let's see screen 2. Okay, cool.
But yeah, the reason the other reason I wanted to kind of stay on the phone with her and maybe build some rapport is because she was telling me she had other properties. So I just wanted to double check, see if there's anything there, but she didn't want to sell anything else. So no problem.
So this helps me comping too. Caesar, could you show the screen? Thanks. So let me move this over here. All right. So, you know, we got the property. I put in Zillow, right?
Yeah.
I got Zillow.
Yeah.
I got Realtor.
I
got
didn't even look.
Redfin. Mm-hmm.
It's kind of crazy. I should have at least searched it up. I didn't even realize there was pictures on Zillow.
Yeah.
And you
So
can
what I
kinda
usually
tell
do.
instantly.
Yeah. So what I usually do is I'll have, see, I have two screens. I got like the calculator right here.
Yeah.
Then I got like this, right? So on this one, I'll put the subject property, which is right here. So I'll put the subject property on this one for a reference point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you go street view.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. You can even do it like that.
You look around. I don't see anything bad. Like this looks good, right? You look
Mhm.
at the cars. You know, they're not all fucked up. So, you know,
Yeah,
this
I
looks
think
like
this
an
is.
okay neighborhood.
I think it's downtown Columbus, or no, downtown Cincinnati. So it's like I already saw the location. I was like, yeah, okay, pretty clean downtown.
Yeah. Then if
And
you look,
yeah,
it's got a lot of windows, and yeah, it looks like a 5-bedroom compared to like if prop stream said 2-bedroom, like I think it's wrong. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, you know, I put on this side, I put Google Street View. Then I have the Zillow right here,
Mhm.
just for a reference point, just for the data, right? The data is
Okay.
right here, the
Fair
5-bedroom
enough.
3, right?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Then I have my calculator right here, right? So let's just type in, we'll duplicate it. I'll put that property address. Boom, right?
Yeah,
So
I saw you and Caesar. You guys duplicate the tabs and stuff like that. It's much easier. So yeah, at least you can keep the information. I always have to like re-put everything in. So I'll do that as
yeah,
well.
yeah, it just shows it down here, which is pretty nice. But so I got the street view, I got the Zillow just for reference, and I got my profit calculator so I could type it in, right? So now I'm looking on this side just to see what ballpark we're in. Okay, we're in the 200K ballpark. Okay, we're in the 142 ballpark.
Mhm.
This is 3. That might be a little skewed, but let's look at the ARV over here. So square footage, you know, I'm looking at this as a reference, 1,900 square feet.
Mhm.
So I go top to bottom. So we're sitting around here, right?
Yeah.
2000, 15. So you got 410, 130, 40, 150. Okay, what's that 410? That 410 might be too nice. Let's see.
Yeah, I even looked at one that was
Yeah.
going for 230, and it looks pristine. Like
Yeah.
it looks like a full rehab.
It's weird. You got like 70K houses, and you got 4. Like it's usually they're not this random.
Yeah, the 48Ks are throwing me off like crazy. I don't understand that.
Then also I like to comp on Zillow too. So,
Okay.
so I got this as like a reference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reference again, just for photos. Then comping is privy. Then also I'll comp on here, which is Zillow. So let's see what Zillow says. I'll click like in this dead space.
Yeah.
Zoom out a little bit. I'll reset filters. I'll do sold in the past 12 months. Square feet, I'll do 22. Minimum, let's just say probably 1,500.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go apply. Remove boundaries. I might type in the address again, just like so I could get like the pinpoint again. Because I reset all the filters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I zoom out a little bit. Boom.
That's pretty
I
cool.
just
I didn't even know you can do it that way.
Yeah, then I just go high to low, right? So I'm like, it's definitely not the 410. It's definitely not 330. It's definitely not this. If I look at this house compared to this house, maybe.
Yeah, that one.
You know,
that one on
so
the right has garage and it's clean.
Right. So you might get a 210 ARV. I mean, a 220. You got a 190 here, 170, 150, 150. So I like to. So it's definitely not an 80.
No, it looks honestly, it looks like a mid hundreds, almost. It looks like that.
Look at this
wow,
one.
and that's clean, That's way more clean than the one we have.
And it sold for 149 too. So
that's crazy.
Another thing that I usually forget too is if you go to home details, you can see if it was on the market before too, or when did they sold it. They bought it for 41K.
So, wow, 2015.
Yeah.
Are you crazy? That's
So
correct.
don't sleep on this area. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes if you look on, like, sometimes a seller will be like, oh, I'm looking for 500K. Then you go to Home Details. You're like, bro, you just bought it like 6 months ago. Like, this can't be a deal unless you're doing
Yeah.
it creative.
Yeah.
So I always forget the Home Details. So, you know, make
That's
sure you
smart.
look at it, because you might see like, hey, it was on market, you know, it was on market, and not in this case, but so we got a 149 sold last couple months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get a higher one, right? You got a 150. I don't want to go over 220 though.
Yeah. But I love this because you can actually have a visual instead of on prop stream. I only see numbers. I'm just like, yeah, I guess it's the same.
Look at this piece of shit.
Yeah.
4-bedroom, 2-bath, sold for 170. Needs a lot of work.
That's closer to hers, I think.
So you at least know 170 is good for ARV.
Yeah.
So I'd feel confident, maybe 190
Mm-hmm.
to be conservative. And look, when you look on Zillow, it's pretty close to the 210, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, when in doubt, I kind of look at Zillow. You know, if it's a rural area, Zillow's usually always wrong. But if it's a nice metro area, I feel like they have enough data to at least give you some accurate number. You know what I mean?
That's good to know, because I just assume it's all crap. Like, I just assume those estimates are all just ridiculous.
Yeah. But in our instance, I think ARV's maybe 190, and look how close it is to Zillow.
100%.
So, you know, sometimes they're way wrong. It's just I like to be more like probability. Like, what's the probability that that number is actually accurate? And after doing the ARV and comping, I feel like it's pretty close. So right here we do 190. How much rehab does it need? Like, is it modern or we have photos, right?
Yeah, we have photos. So that's like, actually it's a good we look at it, because to me this looks like a full inside rehab, right?
Let's see. It's brick, so that's good. You got wood floor.
Like, all this has to change.
Oh my god, look at the fridge.
Yeah, and she told me brand new fridge. That's whatever.
This could be old photo though.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, like benefit of the doubt, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's actually true. That actually might be when they bought it.
Yeah, this would be when they bought it. If I look on Privy, they might have recent photos. Nope. Let's see, Realtor. I think they have the same photos.
But the pictures we see right here, that would be full rehab, right?
I would say, based on the square footage, real quick. Okay, how do I get out of here? Okay, so 1900. Let's put 1900 in our calculator right here. So I would say between a cosmetic and a outdated.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because look, it's got good bones.
What does that mean? Like the structure?
Or yeah, like
the floor is all right.
Yeah, imagine. Do you own any property?
No.
Oh, yeah. So I think once you own a property and you actually put money into one, like, you kind of get a different perspective.
Yeah.
Just a little bit different, right? So if I look at this house, I'm like, okay, it's got good bones. You know, I don't see any cracks in the ceiling or mold damage. Kitchens are dated, but look, you got some like that fake granite, so at least it's like rentalable, you know.
Okay.
The bathroom looks not like shit's broken or moldy. It's just like it's dated. It's just kind of like, ugh,
yeah.
You know?
That's what I get most of the time. Like, they're just like they say, oh yeah, it's clean, it's good, and I look at the pictures or whatever, and it's always dated. But
what would you put a number on this property, you think?
So 1,900 square feet.
Yeah,
I would have looked at the pictures and said, like, because to me, dated, it means we're completely, like, we're remodeling the kitchen. The floor is good, I guess, and the paint is actually, it looks kind of clean. But I kind of just default to full rehab, to be honest.
Yeah,
I won't lie to that.
for quick math, I would just probably put like you got 50 right here, you got 70. I would probably put 60, right?
Okay.
So 60, 1, 2, 3. Contract price is seller, a wholesale fee 15K. Let's see where we need to be. Fuck. Move this to 10K. Still nothing. Fuck. Yeah, when we get this low, I'm like, okay, maybe my ARV is wrong. I don't think so. You got this 480, but that one's
Well,
fucking.
I guess because we're
huge.
going full rehab, we can look at the properties that sold for higher, right?
Yeah. Let's
How
see
much is
for
the high
sale,
end
too.
medium rehab?
Let's see.
How much
Let's
is
see what's on
medium
the market
rehab?
right now. I got like
Medium rehab?
60K,
Yeah, 50K.
50, 60, yeah.
Yeah, so that's still good.
Let's see, on market in that area. Well, let me make sure I'm still in a good location.
Like it'd be max like 233, 250 for like if you do full rehab. That's how much I would do. I would do like 233 or to 250. So maybe like 240,000 ARV.
And I like to use Zillow because, well, my wife likes to use Zillow a lot, so I was like, okay, I'll try this, and they kind of you get a bird's eye view. Then you got the photos on here, so you could kind of say
Yeah, I
hi to
love
the
that.
right. So this is definitely not a comp. I feel like this is like a multifamily. So that's 3 something. 260 right here on market. Oh, look at
Yeah.
that though.
Yeah, that would be like full reno. And it's a
Multifamily.
4-bed, 2-bath. I think that's a good comp.
So let's get rid of the multifamily.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a 260 on market. That's a smaller house. So let's zoom out a little bit more, maybe. Square foot is 1900, so let's get rid of the square foot. Max is 22.5. So you got 385 right here.
Yeah, 269 looks like full rehab. I guess that would be interior exterior as well.
Yeah, and these are on market, so
those are ugly.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe our ARV might be a little bit higher, maybe like 210.
220? 210?
What
for
yeah,
for
what do you
full
think?
rehab, I would go more than that. I would go at least 250, no? For what we're looking at?
Let's see, sold.
Because look at that 220 right there, the one you had. It was ugly at 220.
Let's see, sold though.
How much are houses going for sale right now?
In that area, right here, square footage. Let's just say 17 to 25. Get rid of multifamily, okay.
250, 250, 160, 250, 300.
Is this a multifamily deal or?
No. This is single family. It's a 5 beds, two baths, and there's not really that many comps because there's not that many 5-bed, 2 baths comps in the area. But from what I'm seeing on PropStream, there's one that sold. Oh, that's multifamily. Oh wait, these are okay. Never mind. The comps I'm seeing on PropStream, they're not even single family. They're multifamily dwellings, 2+.
Oh, look at this. This kind of looks just like it's way south though. It's way down here though. I don't want to go that far.
Yeah.
There's a 259 right here. 90 days on market.
Okay. So yeah, maybe like a lower to 200, like 240.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I would put the ARV at 240, 230.
Yeah, like if I look at this number, right, 230 ARV, 60K rehab, 10K assignment fee, like you'd have to get this for like 50K.
Yeah, I'm like at 85 grand.
Let's see, 85. So like
Not
Caesar,
even.
like this is where I always get confused, right? So like 85 is dirt cheap, but it's a lot lower than that number, right? So you got the rehab at 60, and like no one's going to do this deal for 85, or will they?
Can be, because if they can, if they don't have a crew to pay for, maybe their repair cost is now only 50,000 instead of 60,000.
True. I mean, just all things equal, you know, you got an ARV of 230, you got repairs about 60K, like 85, like no seller will take that.
Yeah, but
On
you
a
can
buy
also
and hold.
you can also do your ARV at 240, because like if this guy's at 259 300 and I fix the house up and put it on the market at 240, my 240 is probably gonna be sold quicker than this 259
Mm-hmm.
with
True.
more rooms.
So
Yeah,
where
more
would you
rooms.
move the numbers on these ones? Like
What?
we agree ARV is like 230, right?
Well, I didn't see the sold, but if you guys agree on a 230, I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
you can
think
push
so.
it to 240, because this 259 is 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom. What's your bed count? Bed and bath, isn't it a lot more?
Yeah, S is 5 and 2.5.
But this is for
5.
sale
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess
89 days on market.
my point is, if I can,
Mhm.
I mean, that ARV you can go anywhere between 230. I wouldn't go any more than 240.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even do it 235.
Yeah. But with your brain, Caesar, like you got 235, 60K worth of rehab. Where do you want these numbers to be?
I wanted to be at 60 or more.
So in that case, we have to go down to 80 maybe.
75.
Yeah. So when, you know, going back to the point with the seller, right? You know, the conversation was how much did she want? She wanted like 200K,
200.
right?
Yeah.
So like, hey, you know, if I fix up your property, I could only probably get 230 on the market. So
Yeah.
you need a real estate agent.
Yeah. That's exactly where I was going like right away. I just wanted to hear more about like her other properties. But open back up real quick your
Yeah.
analysis, because
Let
since
me see.
I'm still kind of rusty on the buy and hold. I just want to see where we can, because when I see like, okay, we're way off on price for flip, then I look at what it would buy and hold for.
Let me see here. Caesar, could you push it up,
Oh shoot, my bad.
please? Thank you.
So I was on full screen, that's why.
Thanks. Okay, so if we ran as a rental,
Yeah.
let me make this bigger. So ARV would be the same, right? 235. Rehab, we would change the rehab, right?
To 30,000.
Yeah. So let me get rid of this box.
Yeah, 30,000.
That's really 30.
Or if you want, you can always go equals D3 divided by 2. So you never have to like keep changing that.
But is that like a good formula though? Like, would that be accurate?
It's about half.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. So you would say do this equals that divided by, was it 2? Like that? Okay, sweet. So we got 235, 30K worth of rehab. This is 1-on-1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So wholesale fee 10K, we match it. Contract price to seller, we would need to be at, let's try 90.
What's the how much is rent?
1,576, so about 1,600.
Let's see.
I just look at the prop stream number.
So I got a 14, like you got 18, 15,
yeah. around 1,600, 1,500.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the rental return now?
So this would be 15 down here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
shit. Where we go?
That's 15,000.
We making money.
100. Okay, boom.
Yeah.
So yeah, 235, 30.
So you would still be good at 70. Put 75 on there, because
Yeah,
that's how
75 would be really good.
75 would be too good, right?
Well, yeah, but look at the rental returns, only 1.25. But yeah,
So what
but
do
it's
you? Which
good.
one do you look at? This is where I get confused sometimes.
Yeah,
so,
same. I'm super
me-
confused on this.
Yeah, so for me, this looks good, right? I understand ARV is the same. You know, you
Yep.
change 1 to 1. That seems legit. The rehab is usually less because you're not really flipping it. You're just getting renters in there to feel comfortable, right? So it makes sense. Half of your up here. So that makes sense. This makes sense, you know, the rent and you got a percent, but like now we go back to this and this does not make sense. 150,
What
you know,
doesn't
like
make
for me, like potential profit is 115K, but like usually we want a 1 to 1. So like, can I come up on this number or will that fuck up the
Exactly.
1.25?
Exactly.
So where could you move? Like where's
Usually
the
they're
upper-
the same. Whenever I have
Mhm.
a price to seller on the flip, I like to put it on the rent, because once you hit that number where it looks good all around, then it moves a lot quicker, because then it becomes a trifecta deal. For an end buyer, he's got multiple exit strategies.
So how high could we come up on this 75? Like, could we go up to 100?
Well, take a look. If you do, you can still have 1%, but now you're only marketing this as a buy and hold.
Yeah.
Okay.
No longer a flip.
And is that
the flip
bad
is
thing?
X. The flip is X, and then it just turns into a rental, then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And that's still a good BRRRR method, because let's say your ARV is only 200, not 235. It's still a good BRRRR method, because your all-in number is 140. You can take out 160 out of the bank. It's a free house.
So when
Wait,
do you go from this equation to this down here? You know, when do you make that switch? Or is there a switch?
No, I do it every call. I just look at both.
Okay, because I never really play down here on the rental because
I always
don't
look
really
at both.
grasp the concept.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
Go ahead.
I just a question, because I just have the default one that Titanium gives you, and it says equity percentage should be around 20%. So when I'm looking at 40%,
right here,
yeah, 40% equity or profit, isn't that a good thing?
It's a hell of a deal. That's a good thing, yeah.
But then,
but
then usually when I if I get like a 20%, which is what they're looking for, the rent percentage is usually under 1%. So that would not be I get the 20%, but I don't get the 1% rent. So that's
yeah. You want to hit a price point where your equity is 20% or higher, and you have more than, and it satisfies the 1% rule.
Okay. And a city like Cincinnati, that would be more of a 1%. It doesn't have to. That's like a good like a pretty big city in Ohio. So that would be closer to 1%.
I would probably still want it like at 1.5, close to 1.5.
Okay.
Like,
so we'd have to get it down to
go back to 75. If you go back to 7, that's why I'm saying 75 is the magic number.
the 1.2.
Yeah, you're
right?
1.25.
So you're looking at this number, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the most important one.
Yeah, dude. Like, if you look at it, right, if you look at it this way, like 75 for you as an end buyer, you're looking pretty good, because I go, hey, if I decide to flip it, I get a $60,000 profit on this, dollar in, dollar out. If I decide to buy and hold it, I already get an automatic 49% equity, 1.25%. And lastly, if I do the BRRRR method and the interest rate is low, I can go to the bank and pull all the money out that I put in it. All my 120s coming back to me, and then some.
And I think a lot of people get confused on, like, I get this scenario, right? You buy a house, you put 60K into it, you flip it on the market. That's why you got the 7%, because you got to use real estate agents. You know, you got debt, you know, so you got to finance that debt, the rehab. So I get the 5%. But like when I have to flip it to a rental, like I'm always figuring out like, okay, well, you do the 1-1, then it makes sense where you would put less rehab into it compared to a flip, because on the flip you're trying to make it as pretty as possible to get the most bang for your buck, right? But for a rental, you don't like, that's not the mindset. The mindset of like for this buyer, they're putting in 30K just to get a renter in place because they're more focused on this 1.25
Yep.
compared to are they looking at this, or are they like, where are they looking at as a buyer? So I
They're
can
looking
kind of understand.
Yeah, they're looking at the rental return, and
Okay,
they're
okay.
looking at the equity part. Just gives them the ability to go to the bank and pull all that money out.
So profit
Right.
percent is basically equity. Like, are they the same in this scenario? The same thing?
Yeah, because right now, if you look at it, his all-in number is 120, right?
Right here. Okay.
Yep, it's 120,
Okay.
right? 119.7. So let's just say 120.
Oh,
Let's
I see what
assume
you're
for a
saying now.
second. Let's assume for a second the ARV. Let's be
Yeah,
conservative. It's only 200,000, not 235. Let's assume that for a second.
Okay.
So Brandon, you own properties. If you do a
Okay.
cash out, you get a property appraised at 200, and you
Okay.
do a cash out refi. How much money are you going to take out? How much will the bank write you a check for if it's appraised at
Was it,
200?
would it be like 80%?
That's right. So 80% of 200 is what? 160.
Okay. So you put this money into this property, then once the bank looks at it, you take out the number you just said.
The 160, yeah. So your all-in number is 120, but now you're gonna go get $160,000 from the bank. You just made all of your $119,700, and you pocketing another $40,000 in your pocket. That's a hell of a deal, dude. From an end buyer's point of view, I'm like, heck yeah. Even if I'm only at 1%.
Mm-hmm. And usually you only get this good deal or good number in like certain markets. Like you won't get this in Florida, you won't get this in California, but you get this in
California,
specific
you're not.
areas, right?
Yep.
So like in markets like Florida, California, like you're pretty much playing in the top one, right? But if you're in markets like Ohio and like good cash flowing, like I wouldn't say red or blue, it's more like Midwest, right?
Yep.
Those types of markets, right? So if you're in those types of markets, you're utilizing this a lot more than you would use this, right?
Yep. But then if you're in California and Florida, then you're going to be looking at that equity portion of it, not so much on the 1%. You'd be looking at the equity part, right? Okay. And if you can do the Burr method.
I'm always looking at deals. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't make sense up here, but maybe it makes sense down here, but it's just the concept is kind of not clicking.
Yeah. One thing I've learned. Yeah. So I think I know where your head's going with this.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, I used to do that as well, where I'm like, oh, it's 75,000 on a flip, but I can offer $100,000 on a rent if I were to do buy and hold. And it just made it so much more confusing.
Right?
That's the logic, but it doesn't work out that way. Because then when you're at 100, you're close to 1%, which in this case, you want to be closer to 1.5. So for me, I've just looked at it as, if that's my number at flip, how is it going to look for a buy and hold guy at that number as well? And if it looks good in that number for a buy and hold guy, then I've got myself a heck of a deal here. I can move this quick. Because then we go on Investor Lift, and I go, and the way we market is like, hey, it's a trifecta deal. You can make money 3 different ways. You can flip it, you can hold it, you can burr it. And when you have multiple exit strategies, people are like, oh, I want to do a walkthrough. Because at the end of the day, whatever exit strategy they do, it's up to them, right? Mm-hmm. But you're giving them a hell of a deal where they have multiple options. So I've just learned, like, hey, if I get it to a price point where my end buyer has multiple options, it's quicker for me to move that deal to the finish line.
There's more exits for the buyer,
because if you offer this at 100, let's say you lock it up at 100. Then now when you market it on Investor Lift or Facebook, whatever it is, now you only have 2 options or 1 exit strategy, which is to hold it. now you've just shrunk your audience by half.
But do we still want to lock it up, even if we have 2 strategies?
If you want, you got nothing to lose. You'll
Yeah.
learn from it. Lock it
But
up and go.
Yeah.
do you? Or
Not
you
as
really
much.
want that? You want that trifecta?
I want that trifecta as much as I can. To be honest with you, it really depends on what I have in my pipeline. If I
Okay.
don't have much in my pipeline, I'm going to lock it up. But if I have a lot, then I'll probably a little bit more picky about it.
Hmm.
You get what
Yeah.
I mean? Or worst case scenario, I lock it up and I just talk to Tom and I go, Tom, here's the only exit strategies we have. I don't want you to spend a whole lot of time on here. If you don't get any feedbacks in 2 days, in 48 hours, drop the price. If you don't get anything in the next 48 hours, let's just cancel the contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you lock it up, you just got to be honest with yourself on, okay, did I manufacture this deal a little bit? If that's the case, then you got to move quick enough on the dispo side.
Yeah.
And
I
you
wonder if
walk
they
away from
changed
it as
it,
quick
but
as possible.
whatever. it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Yeah,
That's all.
I
You know
feel
what I mean?
like,
I can go
yeah,
try-
I feel like this too.
see if it opens it.
I think if people aren't like, you know, we're all learning here, but I feel like if you're not on the profit calculator and you're running numbers frequently, a lot of people will get sucked in the rabbit hole of like manufacturing deal, because honestly, like if there's a property, I don't even care about the rehab. Like I could just assume based on the square footage, how much I'm going to spend. Like I don't even need to know the condition of the property, because more than likely, if it's in good shape, it's not good for a wholesaler anyways, right? So, you know, first the numbers need to make sense, because I feel like a lot of people, you know, they'll try to make it work, but like if you just hang out on the calculator, you know it'll never work. You know, so if you kind of let your calculator be like the source of truth, yeah, ARV or rehab might be off sometimes, but rehab is usually high, right? Like 50, 60K, maybe on the smart house, 30 to 50K. But your ARV is probably the most important thing. If you're good on that, you know, if a seller's like, hey, I'm looking for 500, then you're like, okay, ARV is this price. It at least needs about 30K. Like this won't work. You know, you gotta be like, hey, you need a real estate agent, right? And it'll prevent you from getting into the rabbit hole of manufacturing deal. And I think that's, if I could go back in the day, I'd probably spend more time on comping and underwriting than trying to force a deal. So I feel like, you know, that'll prevent a lot of deals getting signed where they're not good deals. If you just kind of put more emphasis on the profit calculator to see like, okay, well, is this even a good deal? You know what I mean?
They went somewhere else.
Oh,
But you just got to put them up there so you can get your own market feedback. You know what I mean? Everyone has their own market feedback, so put it out there. I'll just give you a case example, Adrian. Like I'm doing a JV deal with Abe. I was able to lock it up at 130. We sent Tiffany out there to
But you're
take
giving him the
pictures.
keys and he's gonna live there with no money.
It's like, man, it's really bad. Like it's
What I did for 40.
probably going to cost $80,000 to rehab.
Great, but I'm
This thing
waiting
won't move. We'll move at 130,
Okay, on the spot.
Mm.
On the spot, yeah.
Okay.
right? And I was like, nope. I don't care. We're going to pump it out there at 154.
Obviously not, yeah.
Dude, we just got a
Okay.
155 sight unseen. And
Wow.
we're now trying to get 165 or 160. The guy
That's
that sight
wild.
unseen goes, hey, I can do 165, but I just need to go see it. Or I can do 155 sight unseen. So at the end of the day, like the profit calculator is great and it works 8, 9 out of 10. But there are things that's outside variables that we just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something's going on with that market and you won't know until you try.
Yeah.
For me, I don't care about making mistakes. I just move very quick on the dispo side. I don't mind ripping off the contract right away and go, all right, that's it. That was like 4 days worth of work. We're done.
Okay.
We're out of that location.
Right
Or
now,
you might hit something, you're
all my
like,
responses
holy
go
crap,
away.
something's
I'm
happening
sitting,
there.
And then I had it right
You know what I
there.
mean? And then all of a sudden
Yeah.
you're like, okay, this, yeah, the profit calculator is there as a guidance, but you're like, but this doesn't explain it. You know what I mean? But something is happening.
Okay. And quick question on that. When you lock up a deal, like even if it's good or bad, what's your process right after? Do you instantly send the lockbox get someone to take pictures.
Yeah,
Okay, because that's like
you need those pictures
like
ASAP.
because like if I'm just asking that because if you start accumulating those like crappy deals that are like kind of like they're not trifecta, they don't have the 3 ways to dispo it, then you're spending all this time sending out lock boxes and paying for lock boxes that on deals that are not necessarily amazing, right? So that's
Yeah.
why I'm kind of asking, like,
Well, first of all, why are you paying for lock boxes?
what do you mean?
I hardly pay for them. I just tell the owner, like, hey man, like it's vacant. Can you put a lockbox on there?
Oh yeah.
You'll be
Okay.
surprised how many of them would say, yeah. At the end of the day, they want their property moved.
Okay.
Now,
Alright,
if they
I'll
say,
try
well,
doing
I
that
don't
now.
have one, can you pay for it? Then I'll be like, okay, yeah, fine, I'll pay for it. But I'm not gonna offer to put a goddamn lockbox on there.
Sorry, someone saying was leaving.
No, no.
But
worries.
okay, that makes sense because I would just like go on Amazon, order like a $40,
Dude,
$50
no, man.
lockbox, send it
Keep your
straight to the
costs
property.
down, bro. Keep your
Okay.
costs down. So my process when I lock people up, I go, hey, here are the next steps.
Mm-hmm.
One, you're gonna get a phone call or text message from 2 of my guys. Tom is my guy that's in charge of scheduling the walkthroughs. Cassidy is our transaction coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I explained their roles, and then I go, but what I need from you is one, I need you to take pictures of the property, preferably 2 angles per room, zoomed out. Don't zoom in because I can always zoom in when I'm looking at the pictures. Plus all 4 sides of the exterior and the roof. Right? You don't need to get on a ladder. Just point your camera up there so at least I can see the roof, and then the yard.
Mm-hmm.
When do you think you can get that to me by? Oh, I can get that to you by 2 days from now. Okay, great. So I'll expect that in 2 days from now. Okay, cool. Now I know you mentioned it's vacant. How should our access be? Because I need to get my guys in there. Do you have a lockbox? Can we put a lockbox on there? Can you leave your key under a mat, under a rock?
Okay.
What's the best way? What's the access like? Just like in negotiation, you don't say your first number, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just ask, how's our access and how can we get in there?
Okay.
We go,
Yeah,
oh,
you
hey,
asked-
just give me a call. As long as you give me 24-hour notice, I'm okay. Hey, totally cool. I'm okay with that. Now, just to let you know, Adrian, there are times when I have my contractors and they just happen to be around the corner from you. And I'll literally get a phone call and go, hey, Caesar, I can actually swing by there. And so I don't want to bother you, right, and spontaneously because my contractor or one of my partners are around the corner. So would you be open, or is it okay, to put a lockbox on there if that were to happen? If I go, hey man, I'm retired. You can call me anytime. Hey, no worries. Then we'll do that.
Okay.
I just expect you to be there when I need you to be there.
Yeah, because I heard a lot of people dealing straight with the seller like it's kind of complicated to get all that organized sometimes, especially if you're getting a lot of people in and out.
Yeah, it can be. It can be. So
But yeah, okay, that
that's
makes
how
sense.
I don't really pay for the lock boxes. I think I've only paid for one so far.
That's insane. I just assumed like that's what you do. So I was like, okay, first thing,
No.
once it's locked up, get the pictures as soon as you can, send the lockbox.
That was me at first. Like when I first got my first few deals, like okay, get the deal under contract, open title, get lockbox, right? That's what I used to do. Now, like if I got a deal right now,
mm-hmm.
and I had no photos, I would maybe grab the street view, maybe start dispelling just with a street view.
Really?
But like Caesar says, try to get the seller to take photos. Also, if it's a good deal, I'll post on Investor Lift. Hopefully, I got a few photos. But if I got a buyer that's ready to go, that wants to walk it, like, hey, you're gonna be the first walk.
Yeah.
You need to take photos for me since you're gonna be the first one in there. So, I used to do the lock boxes, but now I kind of just like don't think about it too much, like all the details. I just say, okay, well, I'll just have buyer walk it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll send me photos and I'll update Investor Lift and you know, like having a thought process of like setting up a lockbox and all that is accurate. You know, I think we all do it, but once you get a couple of deals, you'll understand like you don't need to do that. Like a lot of the stuff you need, your buyers will do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sometimes, like if they're good deals, right? Of course,
Yeah.
you know, there might be people that like no one's gonna walk you like, oh shit, like because you got to think if you're spending $40 on a lockbox, you're taking time to send a contractor out there to walk and take photos. Like that all costs money. And what if the deal doesn't close? You're out
Yeah,
money.
exactly.
There's a risk to reward, you know. So that's there. Also,
Okay.
you know, if you got a good deal, you put it on investor lift, you'll get a lot of feedback, and you might have someone that wants to walk it tomorrow, right? So hey, if you know, Caesar, awesome, you want to walk it tomorrow, send me your proof of funds. What type of buyer are you? You know, have you bought other deals before? You know, you kind of vet them that way. But like, okay, Caesar, you know, I got an opening tomorrow, but do me a favor, since you're the first one walking it, you know, take some photos on the inside. Then when you leave, take a photo of the door locked and shut, so I know, like, you know, it's all locked up. So
Yeah.
you basically just tell the buyer what you want.
Cool. I didn't even think of even like asking or like looking for other solutions, even like just talking to the seller and like asking, can you just put the key underneath the rug or whatever?
Then another
Oh,
thing I
yeah.
like to do is if there's renters, right? Like if Caesar's the landlord, like, hey Caesar, like, are your renters pretty chill? Like, is there any way that I could maybe they could take photos, and if they have an issue of it, you know, I'm happy to pay them like $50 just to take some photos.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think outside the box a little bit. That's what, like,
Yeah,
because before it was like lockbox, right? And like you got to be like fluid in this business.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
You
fair.
gotta adapt.
Yeah, because I'm realizing a lot of there's a lot of contracts that don't even end up to close because some craziness can happen.
Yep.
Mhm.
Minimize your cost, dude. That's why I don't open title until we have a buyer. I don't have to put up that $10, even though it's only $10. You know.
Oh, really? That's
Yep, same
interesting.
here. Unless you got a good deal. Like if you got a banger.
Okay. Well, then thanks for telling me, because I would have also just sent it straight. Okay.
Yeah. I don't title.
There was that easy
REI.
easy REI closing. There was a post on Facebook that they were talking about EMD, and he said you don't need EMD in the contract.
I took it out.
Oh, you took it out. So, but do you still send it to the title?
Yeah, we just with no EMD. You just send it open title contract.
Okay, so you don't need to send $10 EMD or no EMD.
I just removed it from my contract. And you know, a lot of people on here were like, "Oh, you can't do that." I'm like, yeah, you can. Like, I've already talked to title companies; they don't care as long as the contract's there. Then, of course, if you got a buyer and Caesar was going to be the buyer, by okay, Caesar, like if you want to, you know, close on this deal, we'll need $5,000 non-refundable EMD. Then that's your EMD and title.
Yeah, and when the seller asks for EMD, like, oh, he wants a down payment, I would just be like, yeah, well, first we'll sign, and then once my partner goes and sees it, we can send you over like the.
I wouldn't get it. Okay, so we could do some role playing here, right? So, I say, okay, well, I'll say some stuff, but like bring up EMD. Okay, so I'll say, hey, you know, we both agree on a price. You know, the next steps is going to be I'm going to send you an agreement. More than likely, I'll say, hey, like, are you next to a computer? Let's just say no, right? Oh, no worries. Let me send an agreement over. When can you look at it and, you know, check it out? Could you do that by tonight?
I can do that by tonight, but to be honest, I don't feel comfortable until I have, you know, some money from you before I even sign anything, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, tell me more about that.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna buy my property for $150, you know, I want at least 20,000, you know, right now to make sure that you're serious.
Well, yeah,
I am. Time.
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm a serious buyer, and you know, I don't make money unless I close on properties. But you know, I buy a lot of properties, and if I got, you know, money there, all in title, and you know, I end up closing on deals, or some deals don't go to the finish line, I just got a lot of money floating around there. So honestly, like the EMD is just a warm and fuzzy, but if I don't close on this property, you or me don't make money. So, typically with EMD, I can do $10, but a lot of it's just, I send the agreement over, you sign it, then we kind of push forward. I understand why you want EMD, but honestly, if it came down to it, you would never see that money anyways, because I would just cancel before. So this EMD is kind of like a magical number that no one ever gets. So for me, since I buy a lot of houses, I need to get a property under agreement on price first. Then, of course, we walk it. And if the walkthrough matches our conversation, we'll push forward and close on the property in a few weeks after that.
That makes sense.
So, if there's any rebuttals about EMD, I just say, hey, like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I just say no.
I agree. I'm just wondering, when the buyer when we ask buyers for their EMD, like their deposit of like 5K or whatever it is, like 5%, we send that straight to title. Like we don't even tell the seller?
So what you do is you got an A to B contract, which is the seller and you, the wholesaler, right? A to B. So you find a buyer, you get the assignment of contract, right?
Yeah.
And you say you're buying at this price, 5K non-refundable EMD. So you got the B to C. You send that contract to the title company.
Yeah.
So, of course, the buyers will have EMD. Like, hey, you want to buy this property? To move forward, the first one to deposit EMD will get it, right? So that's non-refundable. Of course, if we don't end up closing because the seller changes their mind, of course, you get that money back. But for some reason, if you just change your mind, it's too late. But you send that to title. If the deal gets funded, it'll show you like, okay, who gets what and stuff like that. Assignment fees. If you're wholesaling with a JV partner, it'll show like, hey, this partner gets this much money, this partner gets that much money. So that's how you handle that scenario. But
to answer your question, Adrian, is that title company will send wiring instructions to your buyer on how to deposit their EMD.
Correct.
Okay. And if they just ditch, it goes to me.
That's right. You don't tell the seller about the EMD. That EMD is between you and the buyer, not you. Yeah.
Okay. So then that clears it up, because I was talking to the sellers, like if when I get the deposit from the buyer, they were gonna get it.
No. They don't even know about it.
I never
so I won't even talk about it.
I never talk to sellers about EMD ever again.
Perfect.
Unless they ask about it. Otherwise, no.
Cool.
And there's also a nice tactic where, I kind of went into all that, like in depth about the EMD. Like, there's different ways to handle objections, right? There's an objection where you could get the objection and you handle it and you talk about it. Then there's objections where you acknowledge it, but you don't really pay attention to it and you kind of push forward, right? So an example of that is like, how did you get my number? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I paid 5 cents for it. Let's move on. Like, you just push through it,
Yeah. I just say, when they say the number, I just say, oh yeah, it's my partner or coworker. He drops in on my desk and I just call.
Yeah.
Like someone else takes care of it, whatever.
Yeah. And like, objections are like, because some people get stuck in the objection, like they just get stuck down that rabbit hole. For me, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So I'll say something to not go down that objection and kind of talk about something else that I want to talk about that will push the deal forward. So, like an example could be like, if you're talking to an agent and they're like, oh, well, what about the due on sale clause? They're like, yeah, it's more like the boogie monster. It never really happens. If it does, we have a way to remedy it. Moving on, I don't say how we do it. I don't say what we do. I just say we have a solution and it's not really an issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. Just to give you an
example. Go ahead, Cesar.
Just to give you an example, I mean, we just locked up 2 properties in Palm Coast, one for 1.3, the other one for 1.15.
Damn.
And the guy wanted $25,000 EMD. So we told him, well, we'll give you the EMD 15 days from today, not today. And the guy's like, okay, we actually changed it to 20 days. So now we have 20 days to wire EMD.
Okay.
20 days, my job is to find a buyer.
Yeah.
And once we have a buyer, Now he wants 25 for each property. So then now I'm getting a buyer to deposit $30,000 of EMD. So in that way, 25 goes to the seller, $5,000 come to us. You know what I mean?
Okay. Fair enough.
So yeah, there's ways of going about it. And then since you already used my line, like you said, with the partnering, should be like, if they really press you for it, be like, hey, you know what? If your house is in my backyard, I'll deposit the EMD right now. But because I'm partnering with someone, that partner is the one that's going to be depositing. Right?
Yeah, that
I need
makes
to
sense too.
have a partner on this, right? In order for me to move forward. So once we have that, then we can get the EMD set up.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right? I'm like, well, what's the EMD? Like $1,000, 2,000, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and then you still get the 5,000. So if the seller is expecting 1,000, then now your EMD is 4,000. You know what I mean? Like, you still get 5, but 1,000 goes to the seller, 4,000 goes to you. At the end of the day, like, try to get rid of all those blockers, because at the end of the day, they're just blockers in your head. You know?
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I won't even talk about that. And
I never talk about EMD to people, dude.
Yeah, I do. I don't know why. I just assumed that was kind of like, because it's going to them at the end of the day, but we don't even have to talk about it.
No, because
Right.
bro, by the way, like when your house is on the market, your EMD is refundable.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only non-refundable if it's off market, because that's our deal, right?
Yeah.
So it's really not that big of a deal, man. I was going somewhere with that and I lost my train of thought. I apologize.
No worries.
Oh no, but on the agreement, if you're like going over the agreement, I just go, hey, with this $10, I'm able to open title, right? This EMD is simply to open title so we can do a title search.
Okay.
One line, dude. Move on to the
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, that's what I do too. For my EMD, that's what I say. I like if they're asking why $10, I just say exactly that. But I was talking to Brandon. He took it out of his contract, and
yeah, he did.
Yeah, and the easy REI guy, he also told me I messaged him on the Facebook on a post, and he said the same thing. He said you don't need to put that in your contract.
Then you got William. William said in the chat, contracts aren't legal and binding without EMD.
That is
I don't think that's accurate. Not to say anything bad, that's not accurate, because we've talked to many title companies, and I would assume the same thing. Like, yeah, they're not binding, right? But you don't know unless you ask, right? So we've asked title companies like, hey, this is going to be an issue that we have no EMD on the contract, and a lot of the times they say no, it doesn't matter. But maybe William knows something that we don't. Maybe he could elaborate on that. But Caesar, do you know anything about that comment? If it would be true or not?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the titanium community have talked to other attorneys in attorney states, and they've said that you don't need the EMD. I've talked to some title companies; they said exactly the same thing. And then as far as getting your deal stolen, your deal can get stolen anytime anyway. Even if you put a memorandum on it.
Really?
I'm not afraid of memorandums anymore, because in order for memorandums to actually work, then you as a buyer, you better be sure that not only the EMD is wired, but the full price has been wired, meaning you're willing and able to move forward with the deal. If your EMD's only been wired, it doesn't do anything, because you still haven't wired the rest of the purchase price. And by the way, attorney can go, okay, show me all of your deals. And if all your deals, you're only doing an EMD and you're going to assign the property anyway, then no, it doesn't apply on court. So
makes sense. And yeah, I mean, if the easy REI is saying it, I'm pretty confident in him to be saying the truth. So
yeah. How do you like easy REI, by the way?
I don't use it.
Oh, you haven't used it yet? Okay,
I haven't used it yet, but I know about it, and people have been saying some good stuff. Do you use it as well, or is that what you're asking?
Yeah, we used it for a month and we fired them.
Really?
Yeah, I just got tired of them. Maybe we had a bad experience with a certain TC, but we're like, screw this. They were dropping the ball, couldn't get a hold of them.
Really?
And so after that one deal, I said, screw it. Let's just go hire someone else to be a TC. And
Okay.
since we do mainly cash deals, bro, you don't need a freaking brilliant TC to
Yeah.
do TC work on a cash deal. Now, if you're doing creative financing, I get it. Then you better get a TC that's certified, knows how to navigate through creative financing and all of that. But if it's
Yeah,
a
'cause-
straight up cash deal, dude, we hired someone who's I forgot what college she goes to. She goes to college, works at Home Depot, and we pay her. She's our TC. I forgot how much we pay her, but we pay her, and she's doing a phenomenal job, better than any easy REI gal.
What would so I agree, like on a cash deal, like you don't need a TC because they're not doing anything, right? You send the contract, blah blah blah. I agree with on a sub 2 deal or seller finance deal, I would say it's a must. Like if I'm gonna wholesale a sub 2 or a seller financing, I'm like, no, the buyer has to have a TC because you're protecting your seller, right? But for cash, if you were gonna hire a TC, like what do they even do, Caesar? I'm just curious.
On a cash deal,
Yeah, do they
nothing.
just talk to title, make sure like
You just talk to title. Title goes, hey, this came up. Can you talk to the seller and figure out what we need to do? Hey, here's the paperwork that needs to be signed. Okay, they're paper pushers.
Yeah.
So why am I going to pay Easy REI and no disrespect to Easy REI or anyone else? Because we do mainly cash deals, no point for me to hire a TC.
it's an expense that you don't even need.
And an expense you don't even need. The only reason why we do it is because we don't want to deal with it. So we hired someone with no experience and literally listen to title. We just need you to be on top of your shit. Something happens, you let us know right away, and we're going to tell you exactly what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, because my experience with it, it's not that time consuming, but I assume when you have many deals, that's when it starts like being a nuisance.
I have a friend right now. She owns her own apartment complex. She's done appraisals. She's even worked for a property management company before, so she's got plenty of experience. She's pushed paperwork for this property management company with all these contracts. She's dealt with title companies, and she wants to be a TC, and she's like, well, I want to get certified and all of that. I'm like, by all means do it. I'm not telling you not to. Like, that's good because then you can do creative financing deals and so forth. That being said, don't let that slow you down for being a TC at this moment. I'm like, hey, Adrian will probably more than happy to pay you $350 for every TC deal, as long as you're on top of your game, that you're talking to the title company and you're organized. You know what I mean? Like anyone that's like, I'm still new. Like, I don't want to pay monthly fee for someone. I just want to pay whenever the deal goes through. That's what I want. And that's why we hired Cassidy. Cassidy gets paid every time the deal goes through.
Okay, so she's paid commission. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, dude. Why would you pay?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so then she's also motivated to get the deal to close. So that's perfect.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you, a lot of, like, if you're a good TC and you've gone through the TC certification and so forth, the really right way for a TC to do it is, I'm just coming up with numbers, right? I'm not saying this is the market rate, but let's say it's $200 per deal. A TC, if they're smart, they should say, hey, Adrian, pay me 50% up front, whether the deal goes through or not. And then once the deal goes through, you pay me the other 50%, which makes sense because there's work that needs to be done between now and when it gets across the finish line. And it sucks for the TC if they don't get paid anything at all, unless they get paid at
I see what you're saying.
You get what I mean? So you can make a deal with someone, go, okay, cool. Your rate is, let's say, $400. I'll pay you $200 now. If it gets across the finish line, I'll get you the other two. You know what I mean? Or I can pay you a little bit more. So instead of $400, I can pay you $500, but I just can't pay you in the beginning because I don't have all the capital right now because I'm just starting just like you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, that's how I would go about it.
No, smart. Okay, cool. I'll take that as note. I'm itching to get back on calls now. So
Oh, please, please. Yeah. I'm sorry.
so
Keep going.
no. But this is all good stuff. You guys just made so many of my processes just way more efficient and got rid of a lot of junk. So it's perfect.
Perfect. I'll put
Especially
myself on.
the rental calculator. Now I put it all like, repairs, just
One
divide by 2, and ARV just keep it the same.
Yep.
So that'll be just way smoother.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the deal we saw, 45K. Now I'm looking at it's like actually a really good deal at 45K. 2.12% rent. Oh, actually, wait, never mind. I have the wrong rent in. Okay, it's 1%. But yeah, I'll lock it up at 45. I'm gonna call him right now.
Do it.
He's supposed to be going and taking pictures.
Il s'agit d'un appel interurbain.
Hello, Plius. Hey, it's Adrian. How's it going?
I'm calling, okay?
Did you manage to get to the property today in the end?
I'm down there now.
Oh, you're down.
I want to go back. Yeah, and I'll go back in and take some pictures.
Okay, you're gonna go take some pictures. Perfect. So yeah, if you could just take like, maybe 2 pictures per room, get some angles, maybe some pictures from the outside, that would be perfect. And
Okay.
and once you send that over, I'll call you back, and I think I can already send the agreement over if you're ready for that.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Do you have an email I can send that agreement to? So once you tell me to go, we can just get that settled right away.
TLEAS.
TL. I'll get everything ready so that once you tell me you're willing to accept an offer at that price, I can send you over the agreement and we can go from there.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So yeah, just let me know with the pictures and we'll get all that together.
Okay.
And just text me
Okay,
text me your email. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Perfect. Well, I'm getting the seller to go from Atlanta to Columbus to take some pictures, so getting him to work for me.
There you go.
Yeah.
They want to sell their property, dude. They'll
Yeah. They're hustling.
9 out of 10, they're gonna do what they need to do. You know what I mean? Like, they're selling, you're buying. Like, yo, like, give me an idea.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you, I came across a buyer, the one that I was talking about, 136. I don't want to take too much time, but the
Yeah.
guy's like, they're like, that's your job. Like, you can get your boots on the ground over here and take pictures. I'm like, all right, cool, man. But I still, you know what I mean? I asked first
Yeah.
versus offering it.
100%. I'm gonna start doing that now. No, it's smart.
All right, cool. I'll stop talking. You guys make calls. I'm making calls. I'm only doing buyers calls, so
Okay.
your guys' sellers calls, it will take more priority. So I'll put myself on mute, and then if you're not on a call and I'm on a call with the buyer, then I'll unmute myself.
Okay. Perfect.
But all
Thank
you,
you.
man. Since you bought some leads, go for it.
Yeah, I got 2 more, I think, so I'll get those done.
And Adrian, that's Columbus, Ohio.
That's the that's Columbus, Georgia.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It's so weird because there's Montgomery and Columbus in Georgia, so it reminds me so much of Ohio because I was in Montgomery County, and I would look outside Columbus, Ohio. So it's so confusing.
Yeah. No worries, man.
Also, quick thing, when I see on PropStream there's two owners, both of them have to sign, right?
I would just ask. I would say, hey, I see person A, person B on the deed. Is that correct? And if
Okay.
so, I would need their email as well, so I could send them
Okay.
the agreement. If they're in the same house and they don't have separate emails, so okay, so well, I'll send it to your email for you, then I'll send another one to your email for your wife.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Kind of how
I'll
I
do
had that conversation.
Perfect. Thanks.
Mhm. You're welcome.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Bro, I just pulled up my lead on Google Maps that I'm about to call. It's completely destroyed.
Appel interurbain.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, is this Scott?
Can I help you?
Hey, this is Adrian. You entered your information on my website about your property on Lamar Street. Are you still looking to sell that property?
144 Lamar Street, I can sell.
Yeah, exactly. That one. So you're still interested in selling that property?
Yeah.
Okay. How much you looking for it?
15,000 firm.
15,000 firm. Okay. I see on Google Maps it has quite a lot of damage on it. Is that still up to date? The roofing looks pretty
Yeah, it
damaged.
needs a whole renovation. It needs a full rehab. I got permission to redo it as it was as a two-bedroom or a two-story. But financially, I'm not going to be able to do it like that. So I'm going to go back and have to do it as a one-story. It's going to cut that square footage unless you guys take it over or whatever. But I'm going to get permission to do it as a smaller unit because I can't afford to do it that way, or I'm going to offload it either way.
Okay.
But
So yeah, it's a two-story right now. So you're saying you would only be able to redo the first, so they would tear down the.
well, if I do it myself, yeah.
Yeah.
But because I don't want to pay for it, it's going to cost me an extra 70, 80 grand that I don't want to finance and do. I own 3 more houses on that street.
Okay.
I got to fix more up. It's not a project that I want to take on. So
I see what you're saying.
the land value is worth that, on that neighborhood. So I'm not. If it doesn't sell, I'm not worried. So most of these calls are wasting my time, to be honest.
Most of these calls.
Yeah, I get calls from people wanting to buy my property. I'm an investor, so they call me every day about selling properties.
Okay, and on this one, you've got a lot of calls. How come it never went through? They're not offering enough, or what is it?
No, sometimes guys can't find contractors that'll do a full rehab.
Uh-huh.
They want to tackle it. So they think it's a full demo, and it's not, because you don't want to do a full demo in a historic district. So, for the right person, it's going to be the right job. And for me, it's the right job if I can get it, if I can just roof over the way it is now.
I see what you're saying.
So, unless I sell it, I don't really care. But
how much were you estimating?
these folks,
How much would you estimate it would take to get it all fixed up?
less than 200,000 if I was doing it for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm looking at around 200, maybe under if you have a good contractor. And I'm seeing on market the kind of fully renovated properties in that area kind of selling around 300, couple.
Yeah, 101 just on 2 streets down on Rogers.
Yeah.
111 square foot. So, and it's 3296 or something as if it goes back. So that's pretty good money on an ARV. I'm not dumb about this. So, I just want to get my money out of it if I can. And if not, I'm going to do it myself. I already got approval. I can do it. They're going to give me the tax credit. So, I'm already familiar with all that stuff. So, most of these calls are from Indians that are just making leads or something. And
I see.
Nothing.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
That's probably how you got my number.
Yeah, it was Jessica that called you earlier. I don't know if you remember call with her, but
No, there's 47 Jessica.
yeah. Yeah. So you own a couple properties on the, and this
I
is
own a bunch in Macon, but I'm going to sell this one first and then work on my others, or maybe sell my others. You know, I'm trying to reposition into some better properties myself.
okay.
But I'm not letting them go for nothing.
Yeah.
You know, I got to get what I got out of them.
Yeah. Because
they're worth way more than that.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're
Tax
saying.
value more than that.
What's the story with this one? How did you acquire this one? It was already beat up.
I bought a bunch on the street when they were worth nothing
Mm-hmm.
because the previous owner burned them down for insurance money.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like 3 people that own this whole street, and I'm one of them.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's a pretty good position.
Yeah. I'm also wondering, like, is there other properties you're looking to sell? Maybe there's like some like package deal we can.
I'm not going to sell any of them until I sell this one.
Okay, because I'm trying to wonder if there's a package deal that we could do to make this work, because it is a huge repair.
Yeah, I know it is.
It might not be.
So everybody's got it.
Yeah, exactly. It might not be perfect for me and my partner, but what I can do is I can do it for the 15. And I can get all of my partners that I have in the area and see if they're willing to go at that price point, if they're ready to do such a big rehab. I got a couple partners in Macon, Columbus, but mostly Atlanta. So what I can do is I can send you an agreement. We can do it at that price, and I'll do my best to contact all my partners in that area, see if this is something that they would be interested in. Is that something that sounds reasonable to
Do
you?
your due diligence in the front end, and then go under contract when you really mean it. Because again, this is really a waste of my time, because you are 1,000 other dudes in the last 5 years calling me, wanting to buy my shit that doesn't pan out, and it's like, oh, I'm just doing my hustle, and I get it, but you know, I'm on the other end of that phone, hanging up on people and saying you're wasting my time.
Yeah.
You know, do your due diligence first, and then call me back.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to go into contract with somebody unless I'm getting, you know, real money on the front end. Because the last 4 fucking deals, contracts are so weak that they're not putting any money down. It's like, no, wasting my time is going to cost you, you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, $1,000 earnest money.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bring your shit to the table, or don't talk to me, because all you guys are doing your little side hustle, and I get it, you have to, but I'm just not going to waste my time on it anymore.
Okay.
And that's where I'm at.
Because I'll tell you what
I give you an email address, and you can fucking email me a real offer that's got some teeth, but it's going to protect me, and it'll protect you too, but it's going to be a normal Georgia real estate contract, not a wholesaler that maybe I can get somebody to buy this, because I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
If you're really interested, the fucking price is right. You know, you can buy it and upcharge it and do whatever you want. It's got a garage on it. You know, it's got electricity run to it. It's ready to do that. Got approval. You know, it's got tax credits. It's very primed renovation if somebody's willing to do it. But I'm not going to take a loss, and I know what it's worth, and I'm not going to be hustled into wasting another 6 weeks of my life on somebody that's going to try to sell my contract or whatever the fuck wholesalers do.
All right.
So get it under contract under real circumstances for that price, because that's what I have in it, and you know, we'll talk. But other than that, do some due diligence and make me an offer.
All right.
Call me back or text me if you want my email address.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, if you want, you can email me. I mean, you can text me your email, and I'll talk to some partners already that I have in the area. We're doing one in Columbus.
Just text me, because I'm not going to reach out to you. Just text me and I'll reply.
Okay, perfect.
It's going to be wasting my time, bro. You know,
Yeah.
you're not going to offer. You're going to talk to your partners, and it's like, I don't want to do this. I'm not going to get somebody. You can't even say making right, so you don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right, sounds good.
if you're legit, you know, you'll come back and be for real. Text me your info, and I'll reply. But you know, I'm done wasting time on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no problem. And
Happy Valentine's Day, bro.
I understand. Yeah, you take care.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, calls like that, those are hard. I think you did everything that you know correctly. When I get buyers like this or sellers like this, if I heard you, I would say like you're trying to sell, right? When you get a seller like this, you have to put yourself as a buyer. Like, okay, you want this much, you know, you've been trying to sell this house for so long and your price hasn't changed. So of course you're not going to sell the property. You know, if I'm buying this property, I'm going to spend all this money. Like, it's not a good deal.
No, it sucks.
So I would
think-
say,
I think even if he gives it to me for free, I don't think it's a deal.
I would have said that. Like sometimes that do you know what I mean? Like your tone, like you like, would you say if you heard yourself on that pitch, would you say I'm selling or I'm buying? Like what bucket?
I would say I'm selling, and I would say I was just getting pushed around. But
how do you fix that?
Well, the one thing I was gonna reframe it, you know, by telling him like, this is what I'm seeing. Like ARV 326, like you said, I'm around the same. I was like at 310. I was gonna talk about the numbers. You know, I was gonna be, this is what the story is. 300, rehab is 200. With my closing costs and everything, I'm only making 75,000 on this deal. There's no because the thing is, I was gonna explain that to him, but it's such a terrible deal that even at $0, I don't know, like it doesn't work on the calculator. So
yeah, then you kind of brought up like your partners. I'd be like, hey, this is not a good deal for me, but I might have a partner that's dumb enough to buy a shitty deal.
Yeah.
And what I could do is I could send you an agreement for this price, and you know, give me a few weeks to see if I could get some bites. If not, I'll just cancel the contract.
Yeah.
But this is not a good deal for me as a buyer. I'm pretty sure if you were buying this deal, it would not be a good deal for you as well.
Yeah.
But sometimes these sellers, you need to mirror their tone, because he, like, I'm not trying to say anything bad, but he just walked all over you.
He did.
I'm not saying anything bad that you did. It's just, it happens. I've been on the phone where, you know, sellers just walk all over me, and it's not like you feel, you know, with no emotion into it. It's just like, yeah, like that guy walked all over me. And I remember a call a year ago when I was in sub 2, like one of my first calls, I was calling a seller and he was just being a fucking asshole. And I was like, I told him, I'm like, bro, like, I'm like, could you shut up for a second? Like, just shut up for a second. And I was on live and people were like, what the fuck? I'm like, can you shut up for a second so I could fucking speak? And he kind of only shut up. I'm like, I matched his tone because he was cussing at me. He's doing that. So, okay, I'll cuss at him back. Like, can you shut up for a fucking second so I could get a word in? And I said, you're asking for this price. It's not fucking worth this price. Like, I'll buy your house, but it's got to be a good deal. And as soon as I laid into him, like gave him fire back, his whole mood shifted. So sometimes you need to lay the hammer down. I'm not saying like you did anything bad. It's just you will run into sellers like this where the only thing that works for them is not to be like salesy, but like lay the hammer down. Like, so it's not a fucking good deal. Like, I would never buy this deal. Like, you're fucked.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I was gonna tell him that it was just so not worth it to me. Like, I just wanted to get out of the call because I'm looking at the math, and the math is telling me this is never a deal, even if it's at $0. So I was gonna take the prendre la peine. Fuck. I know it in French, but I was gonna take the time. I was gonna take the time to explain it, but it wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even worth like fighting. I was just like, okay, well, you do you.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's you know.
Quick, just like a small, not even a suggestion, like how I would go about it. Is, hey man, I always like to sweep them off their feet. So what was his name?
It's a great question.
Whatever his name is.
Simon.
Let's just say his name is
Scott.
Simon. Scott, like, Scott, man, You're a fresh breath air, bro, because whenever I talk to a fellow investor, it makes it so much smoother, right? All right, cool. All right, cool, Simon. Let me ask you, man, from investor to investor, where do I make money here at that price point?
Oh
How do I
yeah,
make
I heard you talking about that the other
right?
day.
How do I make money? Just explain to me how I make my money. If I can make money with that price point, let's make a deal. How to make my money,
Yeah.
right? Because then now you're matching his tone, and now you're making it his problem, not your problem.
Yeah. I heard you on that. I think it was a call yesterday with. Oh no, on Saturday. The Zeno guy.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah. How do I make my
That was
money?
pretty cool.
And then I just go, hey man, look, if I buy this, I'm buying this as an investor, just like you. I'm not buying to move in there, right? So my question to you is, I own that house. You're now the buyer. Will you buy that property at that price point? Is that a deal for you at that price point? And if so, help me understand why it's a deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And then now, because then you can throw it back at him like, hey, man, just like you, I don't like wasting fucking time either.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you want to sell that property. I want to buy. Sell me on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Explain to me where I make my money.
But that's fair. And I think I liked how you did it, and I saw how you did it with the Zeno the other day. But for this one, it's not even worth it, right? Since it's zero, even at $0, you're not making much money.
Exactly, because I want him to say it's not a deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Because then he's gonna say no, I wouldn't buy it at that price.
Yeah.
So if you wouldn't buy it, then there's no way in hell I'm gonna buy it. So what other properties do you have where I have some meat on the bone? That's what I want to talk about.
Okay, that's solid.
Do you get what I mean? Like, let's stop measuring each other's dick on this property.
Yeah.
Let's go. Or no, you said you have other properties. What other properties do you have where there's going to be some meat on the bone for me?
Mm-hmm.
Because come on, man, like just like you, I own properties too. There are times when I'm offloading, and if I'm offloading where I don't want to take any discount, then I put it on the market and get a maximum value. But if I'm going to sell it to a fellow investor, at some point, if I call you, I have a property I want to sell to you, Simon, I want to make sure that I put in a price point when there's some meat on the bone for you. Otherwise, you would never buy it, right? Of course not, I wouldn't buy it. Okay, great. So what properties do you have where there's a little bit of meat on the bone for me? I'm not asking for a lot. I want you to be happy, but I also got to make some money. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay, so which other properties can we talk about? And then at the end, right? Remember, he was calling you a wholesaler. Hey, man, totally cool. I wholesale deals. So, hey, if we can't make a deal, are you adding any properties in your portfolio? Maybe I can get you your next project. You know what I mean? Then you just switch it around. Now it's no longer a seller's call. Now he becomes your buyer. Hey, by the way, how do you buy? What's your buy box? I can add you to my buyers list.
Okay.
Whenever I'm talking to investors, dude, like I just tell them I'm a wholesaler. I don't give a shit anymore. Like I don't care about the partnering, all that. Like, hey man, I'm a wholesaler. So
I'll buy a deal if it looks good, but if it's not a deal, I'll wholesale it. Like it's actually easier for me, and I don't have to deal with all the bullshit. Like, I feel like, and that guy wasn't really rude. He like imagine him, right?
He's just straight up.
Yeah, he's like, I would literally say the same thing. Like, hey, you're just gonna fucking wholesale. You're not gonna be a fucking buyer. Like, don't waste my fucking time. I would do that. And if someone matched my energy, like, yeah, I'm a wholesaler, but your price is too fucking high. I could help you sell this property in a few weeks, but your price is too high. I'm not going to buy this, but I have a big network, but I don't think he was rude. Like,
no, he wasn't rude. I didn't take any offense.
He wasn't rude. No, he was just straightforward. And you know what he's mad at? What he's mad at is he's mad at wholesalers trying to lock him up for 30, 60 days.
Yep.
See, when I'm dealing with investors, I go, hey man, I'm an investor too. I got properties too. I don't want to be tied to you for 30 days. If you want to leverage my network, I'm more than happy to be your easy button. And I won't do 30, 60 days. I'll just do a quick 14-day close. So in that way, you're not tied up. Right. And I'm being honest with you right now. I'm going to wholesale these deals. But here's the thing. Whether I wholesale them or I buy myself, there's still got to be some meat on the bone. So where's the price point where it puts a smile on your face, but also leaves some meat on the bone for me or the end buyer? whoever it is, it doesn't matter. There's got to be meat on the bone.
Yeah, and in this case, even at $0, there's no meat on the bone. So,
There you go.
So I would be like, okay, well, there's nothing for me to do here. There's no buyer that's ever gonna buy this.
Yeah.
Like, what's your other deals?
Exactly. You just move to the next property.
Should I call him back?
You don't have to call him back right now if you want to, but it's up to you. I think right now, based on your conversation, I wouldn't call him back right away because he did walk all over you a little bit.
Yeah.
So if I were you, I'd be like, either call him tomorrow or maybe hours later, be like, yo, man, like I was just thinking about it. Like, you could actually be a buyer. Like, are you adding properties?
Okay.
Because I have properties where you're right, I wholesale them. Like, I'm not gonna, see, the thing is, like, when you're upfront and honest with that type of person, he's gonna appreciate you more compared to all the other guys.
100%. You're right.
And at some point, 30, 60, 90 days from now, you're gonna get a phone call from him going, hey, dude, I'm trying to move this property. Can you help me out?
Okay.
For me, I'm looking at the future. I'm not looking at just now.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, and just seeing if he wants deals, it kind of builds the rapport a bit more and frames it a bit more in the way.
Yeah, dude, because at the end of the day, everyone's the same. He's an investor. I'm sure he's wholesaled some deals before. He knows the game. You know what I mean? Like, there's no more. That's why I get pissed off when other wholesalers don't tell me they're wholesalers. It's like, bro, like, I'm a wholesaler. I don't think any lower of you, you know what I mean, as far as your status goes. Like, we all do the same shit. Just be upfront, and then let's see how we can get the deal across the finish line. That's the main goal.
Mm-hmm.
You make money, I make money.
Perfect. So I'll just call him later or tomorrow.
Yeah. Just so that way.
Good.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, a lot, like for me, a lot has changed. Like, I grew up, but like software sales, you're selling, right? Work for Salesforce, like you're selling, right?
Yeah.
Then I get in this world of real estate where, I own a few properties, we have some rentals. I'm an owner, I'm a buyer, right? But I also like stocks and crypto and stuff like that, investment. So
yeah,
I sometimes catch myself selling, and I always look back like, no, I'm not selling, I'm a buyer. So you got to look at like this as an investment, right? So you have to talk like it too. So I think once you talk like it too, because if I heard that call, I'd be like, oh, you're just a sales guy, right? Like you're not the boss.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, I'm partnering up with someone, so it's like it's not even like I didn't sound like a buyer, but also I don't really want to position myself like a buyer because I'm not, right?
Well, neither am I. I don't want to buy any more property. I'm over buying real estate, but I can still sound like a buyer because I think it's just wholesaling is like a game, right? So if you're a seller, you're gonna hit up by all these people that are cold calling. They're new. They're maybe from India, or maybe they're just wholesalers like us, and they're just selling, and none of them even know what real estate even is. They're just cold calling, right? So, the reason that I feel like, in RJ's community, like you are the buyer, right? So you're positioning yourself as an expert. You're also positioning yourself as, hey, this is actually a good, investment, and I think if you just change your tone, it's easier for a seller to be like, oh, this guy knows what he's doing, compared to like, oh, this is just another sales guy. So I try on my calls, like, to just, I'm the owner, I'm the boss, like no one's above me, I'm God, right? Like I'm the only person on my company, right? That's kind of how I like to talk. And there's a lot of things that you could talk to with sellers where, if they want EMD, blah, blah, I'm like, no, like you're your boss, right? So I think it comes off a lot better for a seller to be like, oh, he knows what he's doing. Like he's not trying to sell something. He's just, no, that's not a good deal. Like, no, like, like Dave Ramsey, right?
That's the old guy?
Yeah, he's just a finance guy, but maybe just like RJ, if RJ's calling you, his tone, like you could tell he knows what he's doing. What he's talking about.
100%.
Compared to like someone on a sales team, like you want to differentiate yourself. So even if you don't know anything about buying real estate or being an owner, right, you just pretend.
Yeah.
And I think it'll go a lot longer. And it's just easier to have a conversation when
Yeah.
you're just talking about numbers, like especially an investor like that. Like if I'm talking to an investor, I'm talking a little bit different. I'm more straightforward and like this is not a deal. Like no, your price is crazy. Like that's ridiculous. Like I'm a little bit more, I don't know the word, but like you don't care about feelings, right? But when
Yeah.
you're talking to a seller that's an owner occupied and they're not an investor, maybe they're just late on their mortgage or someone died, you can't talk to them like that. So there's different personas, and if you talk to an investor, you're harder on them. You're like, no, this is not a fucking deal. Go fuck yourself, right? Like you can do that. You can, and it's fun. And sometimes you need to do that. But if you're talking to a seller that's foreclosure and stuff like that, you do have to have tact. You got to be empathetic and not more on the numbers, maybe more on the motivation. Like, hey, like your number is kind of high. It's not a good deal for me, but why do you need to sell? Why do you need to sell so fast? Like, what happens if you don't sell? What happens if you don't get your price? What happens if blah, 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 right? So there's different tones. Like, Caesar, do you have different tones when you're talking to a seller compared to like investor?
Yeah, definitely. Hold on. Let me make this call. I'll answer that question.
No, that makes sense, the differentiation.
It's a game. This is all negotiations.
Yeah, because it makes sense. Also, why RJ, he frames it more like he's a buyer, because then there's no bullshit. There's no bullshit like, oh, you're just gonna send this, like flip this deal to your partner or whatever.
Let's just say that, right? So if I come across like, and if they said, oh, you'll just wholesale, I'd be like, yeah, if it's a shitty deal, I'll wholesale it. Like,
yeah, true.
I feel like someone on the other end would be like, oh yeah, like they understand.
Yeah, and I kind of said that, but I could have said that in a different
like
tone, like
boss mode.
Yeah,
like boss mode, right?
Like this deal is shit. I would never buy it.
Yeah.
But maybe I know a dumbass. A dumbass who buy.
Imagine you're the seller, right? Like, what could you say to like put you like, okay, this guy's not a sales guy. Like, he's actually like, because you can hear it. Like, if you say something or you have a certain tone, like you hear it in the conversation where it's going one way, then you set the tone and it goes a different way, right? So
yeah,
a lot of times it's just your tonality where like the seller like, oh, this person knows what the fuck they're talking about. I'm gonna listen now. I'm not gonna like, when people call me, like for example, I had like, since I'm a veteran, I get like veteran healthcare, right?
Yeah.
So they're calling me on a Saturday. So they're calling me a Saturday about this bullshit. So I said, why are you calling me on a Saturday? They're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, is this a robot? And they're like, no, this is not a robot. I'm like, okay, well, now you have my attention because I just asked those information. I know it's a human. I'm like, okay, now I'm talking, right? So there's some things that you could say as a wholesaler to like get them in a mood where they're open to expressing more. Like, okay, you're a buyer. I'm gonna go talk to you a certain way, or hey, you're a salesperson. I'm gonna treat you like shit because I know you're not the boss.
True.
It's just easier, if you're getting all those calls, how would you reciprocate that,
Yeah, no, it's true. And I think for sellers, it's a bit simpler. You just kind of match their tone, and their tone's not going to be as aggressive as a other investor. But I'm curious, Caesar, since you also, I don't know if you can hear me, but you also have partners and like use the I have partners in the area, whatever. Do you get that same reaction where they're like, okay, you're not the main guy then, or
what for investors like Simon?
Yeah, because RJ he's like, RJ takes the stance like, I'm the buyer, I'm the boss, like there's no one else. You take the stance, I have a partner, like a local partner that I'm partnering with, and I might have a couple. So I'm wondering how you handle that heat.
Yeah, great question. I do it both ways. For me now, I've just found that it's easier for me to just tell if it's an investor, I just tell them straight up, like, yeah, you know what, this is outside of my market. I'm going to wholesale this deal. Now, here's the good news. Wholesalers are going to ask you for a 30, 60-day close.
Yeah.
Adrian, I'm not going to do that to you because I'm an investor myself. I don't want to be tied to you for 30 days as much as you don't want to be tied to me or any other wholesaler for 30 days. So what I'm trying to say is I'm willing to leverage my network. We'll do a quick 14-day close. If I find you a buyer in the next 7 days, we're good to go. If I don't, we rip the contract in half.
Yeah.
Right? Now, here's the thing. At the end of the day, whether I'm the end buyer or I'm wholesaling this, there's still got to be meat on the bone. So, explain to me, how do I make my money at 200,000?
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So now it's just a straightforward, I'm taking a stance and I've got leverage. Now, if they don't want to do it because they've had a bad experience with wholesale, fine, dude, there's other investors I can go wholesale for.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I understand, but I'm sure, I'm sure we can make a deal at some point. Are you currently buying? Are you out? You know what I mean? Like, I just switch it right away. You don't want to deal with me on the selling side, then don't. Let me make you my buyer then.
Yeah. That's
You know what I
smart.
mean? Because then all of a sudden they're going to be so nice to you because they want to get a good deal,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Hey, what's your buy box, buddy? Oh, so you mean to tell me you have to have some meat on the bone too? Okay. You get what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's smooth.
and so for me, I don't like to play around too much with it. It's like it's either yay or nay. You're either good to go or not. Like, I've had deals from investors. They go, "Hey man, try to move it," and I go, "Hey dude, like I need this to be at this price point. But you're at so high, like no one's gonna move." You go, "So if we do this, I don't give a shit about the 14 days. If I don't move this in 72 hours, I'm ripping it in half." Right. And now I'm dictating it. You know what I mean? And I'll literally just throw a flyer out there and see if I get nothing in 48 and 72 hours. Like, hey man, I told you I'm not gonna get anything. Are you willing to negotiate on price, or are you dead set on that? I'm dead set on that. All right, cool. I'm sending a termination today.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's just make it easier for you, man. You don't have to go through the partnership bullshit. Just tell them, like, yeah, I'm gonna wholesale this deal.
Yeah, especially if they're a buyer, that makes sense.
Yeah, dude.
Because sellers won't. Because with sellers, it's worked really well. Because they're just like, okay, cool.
Sellers worked really well. Yeah, 'cause for them, they just want to sell.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
for an investor, they want to make their money. So it's like, just be, just, I always like to
stay
make
on
it
the
their
whole side.
problem. Yeah, dude,
Sorry.
they know the number. Why do I need to put it? Hey, Adrian, I've got a calculator here, but you know what? Why don't you just tell me, how do I make my money here? RJ have done that on his calls. Like, where do I make my money here? Make it their problem, dude. Why is it your problem? If you're talking to a seller, yeah, it's your problem because you got to find a solution. But if they're an investor, have them give you the solution.
All right, that's cool. I'll try and use that on when I have buyers on the phone, especially if they're like aggressive like that, or they're not aggressive, but just straight up.
Yep.
I'll just be straight up with them.
I like them more when they're straight up, like, because then I could just be more honest. Like, yeah, if this is a deal, I'll buy it. But if it's not a good deal, I still want to make money and I still want to help you sell the house. So I'll wholesale it.
Perfect.
Crush this. Pick a property.
Yo, I have Jan on. Do you want to come on the stream?
Sorry?
You want to come on the stream?
What the fuck is the stream?
There's just two people and they're just making calls with me. This is my boss. No? Okay. He wants to do a call.
If you want, throw me a property. Just explain to me metrics and stuff.
Yeah, perfect. I'll tell you. I'll do the comping if you want.
I don't need comps.
Okay, he doesn't need comps. Let me get it. Hopefully the answer.
What kind of leads are you buying? You say, I think you said like the lead, right? Nice.
Okay, Sophie.
Coupon, fixed price.
Fixed price. Yeah. Sophie Matthew from Fort Worth, Texas.
Cool.
Put the property here for Google Maps.
Fixed price. So she knows how
much
money she wants?
No. This is just how you buy the leads.
Okay. Did you just spend $100 so I could do something?
No.
Okay.
This is all prepaid. That's what I was talking about. So vacant, wants to sell ASAP.
Okay.
She's downsizing, no mortgage. What else? She says the repairs is cosmetic, flooring, painting.
So what? Somebody called her, said, "Are you interested in selling?"
Yeah.
They get a lead. They flip it to you guys.
Yeah. So it generated it on this website. Sell your houses faster from calls.
Yeah.
This seller was called by the manager Sam. When you call back to the seller, inform Sam's partner. You don't you just have to say, hey, I got your information
Okay.
from website, whatever.
Am I gonna burn the lead if I like crash the bus, or it's fine?
It's fine. No
Cool.
worries. No worries. No problem.
Let me try this.
Do you want comps, or you don't even need that shit? All right.
Comps don't matter.
Comps don't matter.
If you're
Okay.
trying to close a deal on the first call, you're like, I don't know. I'm used to a different game, right? So-
Okay. Yeah. How we learn it is we're trying to close it, like get
Now?
it signed on first call. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It works.
Do you want to just call, or do you want me to tell you a bit about the comps?
I don't care.
Okay.
Again,
I wouldn't
like,
comp it before you
you'll
call.
see the people,
I
the
just send it.
vendors, you'll see the difference compared to you guys.
Okay. So go ahead.
Give me headset.
All right. That's it. But use your phone, or use
Do I
my
use
phone.
my phone?
Actually, use my phone.
Hold on. I'll get my headset.
So this is my boss who's about to come on. He's big in multifamily in Montreal. We only do Montreal.
Give me a number.
ISP2 lead. I'll tell you right now. 214
Yeah.
794
Yeah.
87.
Speaker. I want to try this. This is just all.
You guys can hear me, eh?
I hear you. Yeah.
Tell me where's the data? Hi guys. What's this?
What's up, bro?
This is just so they can hear.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to.
Oh, I don't care. They can hear. Where's
Right
like
here.
their
All this.
this? Where's her name?
Oh wait, click on that right there.
This.
This right here.
Okay, Lee's okay.
So take your time to look.
Just let it rip. So I need. Probably her.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying.
I got a second one. If
Hello.
Hi, Miss Matthew, please.
Yeah, this is Miss Matthew.
How are you doing today?
Hi. Who's this?
My name is Yan. I got your number from Sam regarding your property on Hunter's Trail.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so I wanted to just have a little bit of a chat and understand how was the deal. He told me you're in a bit of a rush to sell. What's going on exactly?
We are selling one by one. It is not a rush to sell. We
Oh.
are just got vacant and so we've done most of the work there.
Okay,
And so we are trying to sell. We are investors too.
you're
We are
investors too.
selling.
And you said you're selling one by one. You have a portfolio on
Yeah.
the street. You have a portfolio in the area.
We sold several of them.
You sold several of them.
Now,
And how many do you guys have left?
what is it? Most of them are more expensive. It is, not the small houses. The rest of them are, couple of them are small. Rest of them are expensive ones.
Most of them are more expensive. Okay, and do you guys have a price range that you're looking at, pricing and whatnot? I don't want to waste your time.
We haven't looked at actually what kind of price. We haven't looked at it.
You haven't looked at it. Well, do you guys have a cost basis and expected profit margin? Because you said you're an investor, right? So usually the way we buy houses and the way we invest is we always try to make a specific margin. So do you guys have a cost basis that you guys are trying to achieve, like let's say 20% return, 15% return?
So what
you
is
see-
that, sir? I didn't get it.
Yeah, no, so
What
I was
did you
just
say?
asking because I mean, I'm an investor as well. I buy properties regularly.
Yeah.
And usually when we're trying to turn over properties, we're trying to, you told me you don't have a price in mind, so maybe we can work it out together and figure out where, you kind of want to be. Because for me, for example, when I buy property, I'm trying to make about like, a 12 to 15% return per year. So I know if I bought the property for 100,000, I'm trying to get 115. So do you know your cost basis of where you guys are at and how much profit you're expecting out of this deal?
I don't know, sir. That my husband has to say. I don't know.
Your husband. Would it be better if I call him directly, Mrs. Matthew?
He's not available right now.
Oh, that's fine. Can you give me a number and I can schedule a call with him? Because we're pretty interested in the house. It's exactly what we buy. We like the fact that it's on a corner and whatnot. So if you have a number, I can give him a call either later today or tomorrow. And we can see if we can make a deal done.
You can look at it and just to give me an idea and how much you can.
You want me to just give you a blind offer?
Yeah.
Would you take $220,000 for the house? Cash offer, 7-day close?
No, sir.
Okay, so you do have a price in mind. Where are you looking at to be?
I mean, $220,000.
So I mean,
I have an offer for $290.
$290. And why are you not taking that offer, by curiosity?
We have not completed 90% completed. It is completely remodeled. It is 90% completed. And meantime, the guy who is doing the work.
So the person. So just so I understand this right, and correct me if I'm wrong. You guys have an offer at $290,000, but you can't sell it because the house is not complete.
Yeah.
What's left to complete on the house?
I haven't gone there for a while. He said there is a.
Okay, so you don't live near the house.
No, we don't.
Interesting. Well, I mean,
it is the bathroom. Probably the commode need to be replaced, and garage need to be scratched. Probably there needs to be cleaned and take care of that.
So it sounds like there's about like $30,000-$40,000 of work, if I'm understanding this right.
No, it's not.
How much would you estimate it at?
I really don't know, sir. No, I don't know.
Okay, because I'm trying to just understand. Like I said, I think you get a lot of calls for this property, but I think you could tell I'm a little bit more professional than everybody, and I ask very specific questions.
Yeah,
so
a lot of calls we get.
I'm sorry?
A lot of calls I get.
Yeah, no, but I think you can tell from the phone call that I'm a little bit more professional than everybody else that calls you. They're all young kids. So that's why I ask very specific questions to understand if we move forward or not. And that's also why I'm not in a rush. If you tell me you prefer I call you back tomorrow, the day after, get some information together, and if we can make a deal, I have no problem with that, Miss Matthew.
I mean, we are not going to sell it for 250 or 260, something like that. So if that's what, probably you are looking for something cheaper.
Well, not necessarily. I'm trying to understand the deal so I can give you a real offer. So if you tell me your price is $250, that's okay. You just need to tell me how much work is left. And if you tell me it's $20,000 of work, so my price is $270 that I have to agree to. But if you're not telling me what price you want, you're telling me you had an offer at $290,000, you're not taking it.
No,
and when I ask you,
right now I cannot. I have to go look at the.
Okay, no problem. So listen, why don't we schedule a call? I'll try to call you back tomorrow afternoon, and you'll take your time. Like I said, my name is Jan, and we can have a chat then.
By end of the week, you can call and see.
Okay, no problem. I'll call you back tomorrow. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Is there, Miss Matthew?
Tomorrow, end of the week.
End of the week. Okay. Is there a better number to reach you at, or this number is the one you prefer?
No, you can call this number. That's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for your time, Miss Matthew. Have a great day.
Beautiful.
You see the panic? You see how I'm basically the entire time I'm just catching her in lies, in bullshit, and I'm getting everything out of her.
Yeah, you got the.
She doesn't
you got a
know.
price.
Well, I got a price, I
Yeah.
got an anchor, and always the one who speaks first in negotiation sets the tone, right? So she went full defensive right away.
Yeah.
I have no idea. That's why I told you I don't give a shit about comps.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, if you didn't give me a comp, I'd be like, well, look, do you want 150 for it? And she'll be like, no. I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. You know what you want.
Yeah.
Tell me what you want.
Yeah.
Oh, why aren't you? Oh, I got an offer at 290. Cool. Why aren't you selling it?
Mm-hmm.
This is the game constantly that I play with vendors. Where are your friends? Are they still here?
Yeah, right here.
What do they think of my bullshit?
Yeah,
They had fun? Here,
how was that?
I can't hear shit.
They're on calls too.
Okay.
But actually when they don't give price with Jérémy Thierry, that's what we would do. We just like throw, okay, well, you don't want it, you don't know a price. Like, what if I just
you always just like,
500,000 for your property. They're like, hell no.
Exactly.
Oh, so you have an idea.
But you
That's
see
cool.
how, again, this is feedback for you. Constant voice tone. No clamoring. I'm not speaking to them. I'm constantly asking questions. Explain to me. So if I understand this right, reiterate it for me. But hold on, you said this before. Like, clarify it for me. That's constantly what I'm doing. And you see how she fell apart.
Yeah, and she was calm, like she was relaxed at the end.
At the end, she started, and you heard what I said, like, rip the bandit off. I'm like, listen, you get calls all day from young kids. I get it. Listen to my voice. I'm no bullshit.
Yeah.
This is real deal. You want to do business? We talk normally. I'm not trying to close this now. Talk to me. Because the fact that you told me they're trying to get you guys to close the deal on the spot right now,
first.
Right away, I'm like, hey, if you know that, they all do that.
Yeah.
And if they all do that, it's switch on them. Right away. Like, I hear you guys how you talk on the phone. Like, you'll see how, like, you'll see the difference with how I do it. Like, you got a taste for it now. Like,
yeah, but it's a good vibe. Like, you give off a good vibe too.
Very, very, very slow, confident, calculated, and like, again, like, this is for.
$188,000 in my crypto account.
Oh, nice. I love crypto.
And I can't get it out until I pay a $6,000 gas fee.
Oh, what do you got like Ethereum or something?
It's with Equifax. It's mining. It's very, it's unbelievably profitable.
Oh, nice.
I mean, and they do everything for you. All you do is get up in the morning and look at your profits. It's unbelievable. but the thing is that I was mining on the gold platform for about $5,000 a day for 30 days straight with a $13,500 bonus.
Damn.
Yeah, and I've only got $5,000 invested from the bronze all the way to the gold.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I mean, it's really good. They only charge 3% of your earnings
Mm-hmm.
at the time of the withdrawal. You know,
Nice.
and but you have to pay it first before you can withdraw.
So in order to get your crypto, you have to pay the broker. I'm assuming the brokerage account to, withdraw your funds, right?
Yeah, it's what it is. It's a 3%, what they call RO. It's a ROI gas tax.
Okay.
And it used to be 10%, but they dropped it down to 3% and scattered it throughout all the group holdings.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's just 3% for everybody now. So,
That's
but
pretty cheap.
I mean, yeah, but and 3% of $88,706 that I made comes out to $5,500.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I pay that, and I was just talking to them today,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't want my account to be dormant for too long because it might affect my future gains. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to get your crypto out of the exchange and put it in cold storage, right?
Yeah, I'll just put it, keep it in my crypto wallet.
Yeah, crypto wallet, yeah.
You know what I mean? I can at any time, once the withdrawal's made and it's in my crypto wallet, I can just keep, like sending it into my bank account the way that I want to.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But yeah, so that's why the down payment is so critical to me. You know what I mean? But the rest of it's not that critical, but the down payment is.
Yeah. So on this one,
I'd like to get that as soon as possible. But,
yeah. So this, are you not confusing, but are you mixing up the words of like EMD as down payment? Because down payment is usually for a seller finance deal, meaning, hey, I'll buy your house at this price and I'll put money down and I'll take possession of the property. Then you are the bank and I end up paying you over time, right? So that's seller financing. This would be a cash purchase, meaning, we agree on a price. After our walkthroughs, it looks good. We push your title and we close in a few weeks. So as far as a down payment, usually there's no down payment on a cash purchase. That's usually on a seller financing. So I'm just, what do you mean down payment?
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't realize that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with seller financing, you take a chunk down as collateral, right? You're the bank, you're taking collateral and someone's making you payments over time. Then let's just say 10, 30 years, you pop that balloon to get your money back, right? That's the typical seller financing. But, for the way I'm going to purchase your house is I'm going to send you an agreement for a purchase price of $35K. You're going to sign it if it looks good to go. I'll sign it. Then I'll send my team out there. We'll verify the condition. If everything looks good as far as the numbers, we'll push through. And usually we close in a few weeks after that. Then at closing, you'll get money from a title company, which is a third party, which will do the deed transfer and all the money. Then they'll pay you out. So you could get your money. It's November 11th. You could probably get paid out by probably December, late December, like end of December, and you could have all your money. So you'll be able to access your crypto and stuff like that. So that's typically how a cash purchase works.
Well, I just need to get the money as quickly as possible. That's all I can tell you.
Understood. So yeah, I'll work on an agreement and I'll send it your way. Once it's signed, like I said, I'll send my team out there. If things look good to go, we'll push through and open up title and close on the property a few weeks after that. For some reason, if we find like structural damage or anything like that, we'll revisit price and closing date. But that's usually on the unforeseen things that like the property is way worse than it is, and a lot of times that's with the seller not really telling us the truth. But, you know, I could see on the photos, I could kind of rehab just based on what you told me before and the photos, like it needs a lot of work. So I don't see us changing the price in the future. I think the 35K is kind of what I already know as far as what I need to do with the property. So, you know, basically after you sign the agreement, I'll send my team out there. We'll see, okay, this looks good to close. Let's push forward for closing. Then in a few weeks, you'll have your money from title as soon as we fund the rest of the deal.
All righty. Okay.
Okay. And so your agent is getting paid out by you. Okay, so that makes it easier on us.
Yeah, I'll pay her. She's gonna get like well, she gets 6% of the price, so 35,000. What does that come to?
So 6% of 35K. Let me see real quick. That should be, where's my calculator? So 35,000 minus 6%. That's about
2,000.
yeah, about 2,100. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll work on this, Kevin. I'll send the agreement to you. If it looks good to go, you could just sign it. If not, you know, we could jump on another call tomorrow. Then that should be enough time. I'll put usually on the agreement, I usually put like 30 days just to give us enough room. Sometimes title takes a little bit to pull the title company and title report, make sure there's no liens. But typically we put 30 days to 40 days on our agreement just to make sure we have enough time for title and, you know, we have enough time to close the deal. So I'll work on that agreement. I'll send it to your email since you're the only one signing on the deed. So that's good. But yeah, that's kind of all I needed from you today was just, you know, who's on the deed. And if there was anyone else.
You want me to give you the lawyer's number there at Fort K?
I
mean, I got his card right here. And, you know, I mean, it's fresh on his mind because we just did this in like March, right? So, I mean, you know, there should be absolutely no problem with getting, you know, any information, you know, the title and all that, the search and all that. That should be like a breeze.
No, totally.
You know,
And no, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, for example, you know, I'll talk to a husband and they'll be like, yeah, I own the property, and I'll send it to the husband. But then I look it up on the internet, you know, in my software, and it's like, oh, your wife's on the deed too. So I just want to make sure I got all the parties on the agreement. So I don't really necessarily need to talk to the attorney. I just need to make sure that you're the only one on the title so I could send you the agreement. You know, if it was you and maybe a sibling or a wife or whatever, I would need everybody's name and email to send the agreement. But since you're the only one, yeah, you know what I mean? So since it's just you on the agreement, I'll send it to you.
But I mean, the guy that did the title search and all that, he did the complete contract, everything.
Okay.
He's a lawyer, and you know, and also, my friend Denise Anderson, who is the real estate agent up there, knows him very well as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they all know each other, and so it should be like no problem.
Awesome. Yeah, I just needed to know if there was one person on the deed or multiple people. So
no, it's just me.
Okay, perfect. So what I'll do is I'll work on the agreement. I'll send it over to you either tonight or first thing in the morning. You know, the quick 2-pager, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. It's just an agreement saying we're going to buy it at this purchase price. It's not like you're selling the property to me right away. We still need to go through a title company.
Sales agreement, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, you know, we don't close on the deal unless we go through title and all that stuff. But this is just an agreement saying, hey, I'm going to buy it at this price, and we're going to start the ball. You know, get the process going.
Right.
Let me see here. I think that's all I need from you. Go ahead. Sorry.
And one other thing.
Yeah.
Just to set your mind straight.
Mm-hmm. Katrina
was living in that house last year.
Okay.
So it hasn't been vacant for that long, and we've done like 4 or 5 walkthroughs, and I've talked to a couple of the people that walked through there.
What's the feedback?
And they agreed with me that it's livable right now, just as it is. It needs some work. It needs cosmetic work. Yeah, it needs some tender loving care, but it's livable right now.
Okay. That's great because I see some photos on Zillow, so that kind of gives me a good idea of like.
You know the ones that the photos on Zillow are the old photos. I've got the new ones.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
I'm looking at the listing, so like if it's listed, you would think it'd be updated photos. But if you have any other photos that might be different,
I do.
yeah,
I've got
definitely.
all of them.
Oh,
And I'll tell you something else.
Mhm.
Zillow sucks.
Yeah, it's
Zillow
they've-
never
mhm.
they never update anything on their site. That's what pisses everybody off.
Yeah, and I don't think it's Zillow. A lot of times, like an agent will type in, they'll put like 3-bedroom, and they'll be like, oh shit, it's actually 5 bedrooms. I messed up, and you can't go back. So it goes to Zillow, it goes to Realtor, it goes to Redfin, and they all show the information that the agent maybe put before, and it's like once it's like the blockchain. It's if it's there, it's there. Like you can't change it. It's kind of shitty, right?
Hey, so let me ask you.
Yeah.
This is Brandon, right?
Yes, Brandon Clark.
Yeah, Brandon. So you've done some crypto trading, have you?
I love crypto. I'm the type of person that will get away from the dollar and put all their money into it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, me too. It's a hell of a lot safer, isn't it?
Yeah, and honestly, after doing a lot more research, I rather own crypto than real estate, but real estate's passive,
Yeah.
and you always want to diverse, but I think crypto is definitely the best asset that you can invest in.
Okay,
Definitely.
let me share. Let me bless you, my friend. Let me share something with you.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay. Equifax
Mhm.
Assets.com.
Equifaxassets.com. Let me look it up. Is it assets? Okay.
You got the site?
I got Equifax small business assets. Let's see here.
No, Equifax Assets.
That's what.
.com.
Oh, .com. Okay, let me. Is it like a brokerage account or?
No, Equifax. Of course, you know that they're one of the companies that govern credit cards, right?
Yeah, I knew. I was in software sales. Like I used to work for Salesforce and all that. So like I know them, and I was gonna try to get hired by them, but I didn't know they had like crypto stuff. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they own over $12 billion worth of assets. They
Damn.
do crypto trading.
It's like
They
BlackRock.
do crypto mining. They do crypto investing. They do real estate. They do small business loans. They're into everything.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
And there are 71 countries that participate in this.
Mm-hmm.
It's huge. Not many people know about the mining.
No.
The mining, man. The mining. Forget the trading.
Mm-hmm.
Get into the mining.
Yeah.
The mining is just unbelievable. They do all the mining for you. You just put the money in and look at your profits every day. It's awesome.
So you're saying you could invest, you could do mining without buying the equipment, all that. You kind of just it's like a fund, kind of like a fund, kind of.
Because mining used to be the most expensive thing you could do. It took tons of computer power,
Yeah, and electricity,
and energy to do it. But now they've got a company that does it for them. So they do all the mining for you.
Oh,
you
nice.
don't have to do. I'm telling you, Brandon. You get on when you get on the site. You go to the mining and you look through it. You'll see that there's 4 different programs. You got to start at the bronze. You put in $100 and you make about 5, right? And then you roll it over into the silver, and you ask them to encrypt it.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's encrypted, you'll make twice as much profits. So what I was doing the bronze only mines for like 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you roll it over into the silver, and that's for 21 days. And if you ask to have it encrypted, you just ask them when you go to customer service. Tell them you want to have it encrypted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you'll be making twice as much. You'll be mining for $865 a day with a $3,500 bonus.
That's pretty cool.
So I got, and it goes up. I mean, the more crypto is worth, the more your profits are going to be, and the risk factor is built into the system, so you don't have to. So you'll see the returns are steady all the time.
That's pretty.
Never go down, always go up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so at the end of that silver, I had accumulated about $38,000. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I rolled it into the gold, I had to put a couple more thousand into it, right? And when I rolled it over into the gold, I was mining for $5,000 a day with a $13,500 bonus. So in less than 2 months, I end up with $188,706.
It's like super passive.
Yeah, it's really passive. You can't get any more passive. The only pain in the ass is converting your USD to crypto. But you probably know how to use the ATMs, right?
Oh yeah, and I found this one software. It's pretty cool where you could trade, but you for example, if I could buy 10 grand worth of capital for $250, and you get this at account, and you trade for you trade to make $800, and if you succeed, you could trade and go to stage 2, and you can make $500. And if you succeed, you get a live account. So with $250, you could have access to 10 grand worth of a trading account. So that's something that I like to tell people that are in trading, that like, hey, you don't even need to use your capital. Just put in $250, trade a little bit, show the brokerage account that you know what you're doing, then they'll unlock 10K worth of trading. So that's pretty cool for someone that doesn't need, or like if someone doesn't have money to get in crypto but good at trading, like it's a great resource. So I like to tell people about that as well.
I started out trading and I got scammed the first time. I lost $3,000.
Yeah, it vanishes, right?
Yeah, the people vanished. Everything just disappeared. And then I got on this Rob Goldstein. It was supposedly a Rob Goldstein trading group on WhatsApp, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta wait for the experts to give you the signals, and when they get the signals are ready, you gotta drop everything you're doing and run over to your computer or your phone, but so you make $500, $400 here and there. But with mining, it's steady.
Mm-hmm.
It's like way more than that, and it's steady. And it's passive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have to drop everything, and you just get up in the morning and look at your profits, and every day you'll be amazed. It's incredible.
I definitely got to look in it, because I was looking into crypto mining, but I was like, after the halving, it's the return on mining is not really there anymore. But it sounds like there's a different lane. Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Once you start reading their literature, they make it plain,
mm-hmm.
right? That the returns will always be steady.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they, and they always increase. And right now we're going into a bull market.
Oh yeah.
This is the time right now. Right now, if I could get my money out and I'll start the next day mining all over again, but I want to do it while this bull market is there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Capitalize that stuff.
Well, Trump, I know Trump is gonna fire Gary Gensler, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
he loves to make crypto kind of difficult for, even though he went to like MIT for like blockchain stuff, which is a joke.
Yeah, but you know why the president, our great president, the anointed of Jesus Christ, Donald Trump,
mm-hmm.
right? You know why? Do you know why he likes crypto so much? It's because it can't be corrupted by the government.
Yep, it's a free market too.
It's a decentralized system. There's no group of people that control it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that has an account, we control the account ourselves.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree, and that's why
it's encrypted. And when you're mining, it's vaulted as well.
Yeah,
nobody can get to it. No one.
No, I agree, and I'm excited for real estate to kind of adopt crypto, where you could buy real estate on the blockchain, and you could your deeds on the blockchain. Like I'm excited for the future, but
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
Too.
But yeah, I need to look up some stuff on my own for the agreement, because I need to look up like the property description and the AP and all that stuff. So I'll work on that tonight. Then I'll send that agreement over to you, and once you get it, just sign it. Then if not, and you want to go over it, we could jump on the phone tomorrow again. But I'll get started on that, because I'm looking at the deed stuff, and I need to go on a different software. The one I usually use is not really working right now, so I need to maybe log in a little bit later tonight so I could get the APM and the legal description, so I could work on that agreement, and I'll send it over tonight or tomorrow.
Do you want the company that did the title?
No, I don't need that. I just need access to my software that's not really letting me in at this moment. You know what I mean? Like usually I look for the legal description and the APN, so I could add that to the contract, and I could send it out. But I'll have to I'll have to try it again later tonight. But I'll get the agreement over tonight or tomorrow morning. Then if it looks good to go, just sign. If not, then we could jump on a call tomorrow, discuss anything that you have with the agreement.
Okay, is it a DocuSign so I can sign it?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's called PandaDoc, but it's similar. It's going to be in an email. You're going to click on it. It's going to be already filled out. You'll just have to sign your name and the date. That's pretty much it. Everything's all ready to go.
Okay.
So it's an easy DocuSign. So I'll get started on that. Then I'll shoot you a text when I sent it over. Then we could jump on the phone tomorrow if you want to go over it. If not, we'll just get the ball rolling.
Yeah, because I want to know when you guys want to do the walkthrough so I can tell Denise, and she'll be there to let you in and take you through.
All right, cool. And yeah, because a lot of my team's out there, so I'll get with them to figure out like when I could have my partners walk the property, and I'll coordinate with them. But yeah, the first thing is let me get that agreement over to you, and that'll be the first step. Then we could go from there.
All right. Okay, Brandon.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, good chatting about crypto. I could go on and on, but I'll never get anything done.
check it out, man. You'll be blessed.
Right.
No.
Awesome, Kevin. Yeah, I'll work on that, and I'll send it your way, and we'll chat tomorrow.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
Right, there is one more level after the gold, and it's the platinum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that mine's for $10,000 a day for 21 days.
Nice.
And they got what they call a Pioneer bonus, $20,000 bonus. Yeah.
Nice. I gotta look into that. Yeah, I'll look into that tonight. And I'll do some research.
All righty.
Awesome, Kevin. Thanks. Have a great night.
All right, you too. Take care.
You too. See you. Talk soon.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, so I looked up that property, Caesar, and I did have PropStream, but I don't think I could log in. I think the person changed the account. So
yeah,
I was looking on PropStream. I couldn't
put all the info on the private chat.
Thanks. Someone on the phone?
Hello.
Yo, you guys still going on for a little while?
I'm about to log off in a second.
Okay. I'm about to go. I hope you guys didn't mind. My boss came in and did a call.
No.
Totally cool. How did it go, by the way? Because I was on the phone, so I just
I saw you guys. I saw you guys were on the phone. Well, it was just not really a deal because she had already done the renovations, but it was pretty fun. He's a good talker, so
nice.
He does all multifamily, so he like just finds deals and talks to sellers all day, buyers, everyone. So he's a great guy.
Nice, sounded like it. Yeah.
So I'm starting up with him soon, and it'll be fun to do some multifamily as well.
Nice. That's awesome. Do you guys just do multifamily in Montreal? That's it.
Yeah. Do you want to talk?
What up, buddy?
You want to say hi?
Put it on speaker, bro.
What's up, guys? How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good.
How you guys doing, man? How are you?
Good. Just in Montreal.
So you guys do all the multifamily in Montreal only? Or?
Yeah, that's all I do. Yeah, I just buy apartment buildings in Montreal. I don't know how to do anything else.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty useless otherwise. It's pretty crazy.
So when you look at multifamily, because we're mostly in single family, but we'll underwrite multifamily, but it's a different beast. But with multifamily, do you have any tips for people that, you know, because of course you got to
Financing,
run it
it's
like
not,
a business.
it's not real estate. It's just a financial product. Like once you
Yeah.
understand that it's just how much debt you can strap on it, you just find deals that you can strap that on. That's all it is. So I'll buy stuff at like 2.5 caps that everyone's like, this is dumb, this is garbage. But if I can get crazy financing on it and I can treat it like a bank account, I don't care. I'll buy it.
You're always
Really?
looking for the cash flow, right? Like
No cash flow.
like
Cash flow is
rehab.
garbage. Cash flow is a waste
really?
of time. Yeah. No,
So how
no
do
cash
you-
flow.
So if you had a, like, you know, you called a lead and you're underwriting and a seller's asking for a price, like what do you look at? Are you looking at rents? Are you like, what do you look at for multifamily to underwrite?
So I have a, like, if you send me a deal in Montreal, I can look at the number of units, the size of the units, the location, and I can guesstimate at like 90% close how much revenue I'll get. Revenue, all the expenses are pretty standardized because I know how banks underwrite. So I know my exit debt. So if I know my exit debt is like 6 million on the thing and I'm buying it for 3, I know I have a $3 million delta, right? Between what I'm paying for it and what the potential debt is. And that's all it is, right? So if I have a, I don't know, 20 unit building, the way I'll look at it is I'll say, okay, well, I have 150K of margin between what I'm paying and what the debt that I can get on it. So am I going to spend 150K a door? No, I won't. I'll spend 60, 70, 80. And then that's it, right? And then when I strap on all the debt, it doesn't cash flow anymore, which is what I want. Because if I cash flow, I pay taxes.
Yeah.
So
are these like DSCR loans? Like what?
Yeah.
Like if you're the buyer, okay. So if you're the buyer, do you guys mostly just wholesale these too, or you do a little bit?
I wholesale
buying?
like the stuff that's not good enough for me. I'll wholesale whatever. Like
nice.
We basically like there's three layers to the cake, right? There's the best stuff that I keep. There's the good stuff for somebody else that like doesn't fit my criteria, but I know somebody else can make it work. Whatever. Sorry.
Like other partners that like in your community.
Yeah, like other guys,
industry.
You know, other competitors, whatever. I'll flip it to them and make an assignment fee, and then the garbage I give to real estate agents, and let them go and try to sell it on the open market and take a commission off of them.
Like a referral, kind of like a referral, maybe
25, 35 points off of their, you know. So if they're, you know, they're moving $1 million property, they're making like 20, 25,000. You know, I want to check for like $7,500 on that deal.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
So, yeah, and it's a very complex but very simple thing that I do. It's like I don't even know how to do comparables. Like he was like, I don't know if you guys heard me before. He's like, "Oh, let me show you comps." I'm like, I don't need comps.
You're like, fuck those.
Yeah, no, it's just
well, in
like,
multifamily, there's no comps in multifamily deals. It's
It's
literally
hard
just
to find those comps, right?
it's revenue generated, right? So you go based on revenue, and your comps are really just how much rent you can get for a thing.
That's right.
It's very different in the US the way you guys do it, but here it's really like you can build some crazy shit in multifamily in Quebec.
Because like with multifamily, it's mostly you're underwriting a business, not a single family house.
That's exactly it.
So when you're underwriting those multifamily properties, when it comes to rehab, because like we're used to single family, right? Sometimes we'll do multifamily, but with single family, you're like, okay, well, if this is a flip, this will probably take this much worth of rehab, and it's all high end bullshit. Or if it's a rental, not so much rehab, and it doesn't need to be like that. Pretty much for multifamily,
whatever. Yeah.
So for multifamily, like as far as rehab, like how do you do your numbers on rehab? Is it like high end stuff, or is it just to get a renter in there and just close the door?
I used to do super high end stuff, and I learned like, dude, if I can paint light switches and get away with it, I'll do it.
Right? Or
yeah.
You're like, have you seen those memes, or not on memes, but like, there's a hole in the wall, right? There's a hole in the wall, and someone just gets a piece of paper and covers the hole and just paints over it.
100%. Like if I can get away with doing that, like that's exactly it, right? Like again, like, and it's always it's financing driven, right? Like
it's like evaluating a stock, right?
Sorry.
It's like evaluating the stock. Does the stock make money? Does it perform? Does a business perform?
Again, it's just that if I invest $1, how much more revenue do I get? Because every dollar of revenue that I get is like $14 in financing. So let's say I rehab a unit for $100,000. That means that I have to do, like, you divide that by 14. That's what, like 8 G's or whatever. So 8,000 divided by 12 is about $700 a month. So if I spend 100 G's and I don't get an extra $700 of rent, it's a waste of time.
So that
you get it?
That makes sense. So like it depends on the the value you put in the property doesn't mean you'll get it back out. So it has to be a
Correct.
right number.
Revenue. That's all I look at. Like
That's
it's
pretty cool.
revenue, which creates financing, which that's it. That's how you value your asset. Because if I put up my hand right now and I tell anyone, do you want to buy this building for the debt? Everyone will buy it. You guys will buy it. This guy will buy it. Like everybody wants it, right? Free building. Like, and I just have to assume the debt. Yeah, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's also different in the US. Like there's no foreclosures here.
Oh, really?
So the lender has to choose.
Okay.
So either they get the property or they go after you personally. They can't have both. So if I blow up on a $5 million loan and I give the bank back the keys, that's it. That's where it ends.
Does your credit like get fucked up or anything like?
Yeah, but it's all corporate. So I could just spin up a new corporation, put it on this guy's name, whatever, figure it out. Like, yeah, it's a little more aggressive.
Yeah,
it's not a gentlemanly business like people think.
What's a good place to, because for us, we know where to find single family, it's easy, right?
Yeah.
But for multifamily, like where are most of your deals coming from? Whether you're wholesaling them or you're buying them, like where are they coming from?
A lot of brokers. A lot of brokers because they're bottom feeders, so you can like pay them cash on the side. Is this shit recorded?
Yeah, it's live.
Okay.
Oh, you're fine.
But it's okay. It's okay. Only a couple. It's not like
we're not big yet. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I mean, look, brokers are like the gatekeepers, if you want, in this business. You do get direct stuff, which is what Adrian's going to be doing with us a lot more too. But it's really a combination of everything. Because these larger deals are very complex to close, so reputation is everything in them. So if a vendor has a chance of selling a building to a 25-year-old who's never done a deal, or to a 35-year-old who's like, I'll give you 10% less, there's a good chance he'll sell to the 35-year-old that's cheaper, just because in his head he's like, okay, this guy's going to close. Because for me to close a multi-deal takes me like 90, 120, 150 days. Mm-hmm. So if you go with the wrong offer that's the higher price, and after like 120 days, you're like, shit, this guy's not going to fucking close. And the worst part is when you have a deal that everybody knows went under contract and didn't close, and then you come to me and you say, well, now you buy it. I say, oh, my friend, now I'm going to take you to the piper. I'm going to rip you apart.
Yeah.
And everybody does that. Like we all know when there's blood in the water around the vendor, we'll rip them apart. So you got to be very careful with that.
And you said long close of escrow, right? And is that due to a lot of these properties and they get underwritten and appraised by the banks and all of that? Is that the reason why it's such a long?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Look, 200K house, 100K house, whatever. A lender that has, let's say, a $20 million fund, he's going to have like 50 of them, 100 of them on his books. So the risk is spread around. Yeah. But, $7 million loan, it's a lot of concentration risk for a lender, right? So they're going to take their time. They're going to be careful. Especially, remember, I can just give them my keys anytime and say, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
So that's why it takes a lot of time. Everything's complicated, right? The amount of reporting that you need to do, the amount of verification that you need to provide banks with, from environmental, building condition reports, like it's a lot of time, right? And not only that, but like you kind of want to slow the deal down as much as you can too, because like dude, I've had deals
more runway.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Like get more runway, like you have more time to like.
You figure things out, but not only that, but like I had a deal that like I had under contract for like 14 months. The thing went up almost like, I don't know, like $400,000 or $500,000 while it was under contract. Guy kept asking me close. I'm like, yeah, no, like next month. Because it just kept going up in value before I even closed. So I'm de-risking by the time when I close on it.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like,
appreciated.
Sorry. Yeah. Like the 47, what we did there is we got it under contract in January. I only closed in June, but the entire time I took over management. So I was jacking rents all throughout the thing, so that when I closed on it, I had instantly made like
it's already
7 figures.
Stabilized. It's like already stabilized, right? Or whatever.
Partially. Like we're not done, but like, we got like 25% of the work done ahead of time. So we de-risked the entire deal so that when I close on it, I can sell it tomorrow morning and make, X amount of money.
That's pretty cool. And a lot of people, well, not a lot of people are watching, but like a lot of people in our community is mostly single family, but a lot of people want to get into multifamily. Is what guidance would you give them? Like going from single family to multifamily, like would you recommend it? Would you is there certain pros and cons?
Like multi is a leverage effect, right? So you understand how cap rates work?
I kind of, yeah. I'm more on the stock side of things, but yeah.
Very, very rough. Okay. If you look at, you guys can look up cap rates after, right? But if you want to just understand it very quickly, every dollar of net income that you increase a property translates in the current market, like depending where you are, whatever, into about like $16 right?
Okay.
So if I raise the rent $1 a month, 12 months, $12 times 17, what is that? That's 170 plus 34. It's $204 just by raising the rent $12 a year, $1 a month. So what happens in multifamily, in a duplex or a triplex, like I don't know what you guys call them in the US, like a 2-unit or a 3-unit.
Oh, like duplex, yeah.
Duplex, right? So let's say you do that on 2 units, you raise it $1 each. Well, it's like $400, right? $408 that you make. But when you're looking at like a 50-unit building and you raise it by...
It's like compound kind of, right?
Exactly. It's $10K a year just by raising everyone's rent in the building $1 every year, which is insane because the sheer dollar amount, you do that for 10 years, you bought yourself a 3 Series, a really nice 3 Series too, fully loaded, heads-up display, all that shit. So that's the fun part about multifamily is your efforts are multiplied by the number of doors you have.
It's like buying on margin. It's like it's kind of the same thing, right?
Not really, no. It's just it's an effect where it's the same thing you're doing like 50 times in a 50-unit building.
Yeah.
So it's the same form. You make one form, you send it to everybody, raising $1, like versus a duplex, you send it to 2 guys.
Yeah.
You just make 25x what you would make on a duplex. There's that. And there's the risk model too, right? So in a duplex, if 1 out of 2 guys disappears, well, 50% of your revenue takes a shit.
Yeah.
50-unit building, and stuff. If 2 guys disappear, it represents 8% of my revenue. Is that right? 1%. No, sorry. What am I saying? 1 out of 50 is 2%. It's 4% of my revenue. That's it. That's it. And the way deals are underwritten and whatnot. And if you're doing a deal where you're, if you can't collect 4% of your rent every month, you're in trouble. You shouldn't have done the deal in the first place. So yeah, and it's a good product. It's not real estate. It's a financial product. AJ was telling me you used to sell, like I saw the bull on your wall. So I was like, is that a Wall Street guy? I'm an ex high frequency trader.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mostly just trade crypto now, but
fun.
Yeah. I like crypto.
My buddy just bought on the initial coin offering, Earl from Sol. You can go check it out.
Oh, he bought some Solana?
No, he bought Earl from Sol. It's like some shit token.
Oh yeah.
$500 to $300,000.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Yeah. Okay, you didn't tell me the numbers like that. That's holy shit.
Yeah.
I just trade Bitcoin leverage and I just there's only one chart to look at, so I'm good.
Exactly. But yeah, no, get into multifamily if you guys can do it. Like single's fun, but multi is a different animal and it's a fucking vicious animal.
And there's no emotions involved. It's all numbers.
Right? It's pure numbers.
It's
pure numbers. I know.
Pure numbers. Pure numbers. It's just a financial instrument. No one cares what these things are worth. No one cares about comparables. People look at revenue, expenses, and how much debt you can stick on it. Like right now, the only reason multi is like experiencing so much trouble stateside is because for some reason someone's decided that like you guys don't want to finance this crap anymore. In Canada, we have CMHC, which is a like Government of Canada lender for multi-housing. Like you guys have Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, I think. Yeah. So those guys are still lending, but it's not the same game there. They have a competitive bidding process for CMB there.
So like they're competing for the.
You post a deal online on like some broker network. It goes to like 150 lenders in multi, and they bid on the spread live.
Okay.
And you can literally see like this guy's like 47 bip spread. This guy's like 44 bip spread.
Isn't that good for you though? No.
For the borrower.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But also at the same time, you see when the pools dry up over there, like right now, there's no money.
Oh,
like, bro, in New York City, the dream to own real estate, 8.5 caps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
insane. Why? Because there's no financing.
Mm.
So when you
Yeah.
understand that it's just a financing product, you get it afterwards, right? And that's what's really fun with it is like how important seller financing becomes in our business, which you guys never do in what you're doing, right? So for us, it's all seller, like seller financing makes me foam at the mouth. Why? Because
Yeah.
it's a capital pool that's available, right? So the guy wants to sell because he's got cancer, whatever. Like, no problem, bro. Like, give me a loan for 100 LTV, and I'll take your building off your hands. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
it
yeah,
sounds
it's
like
fun.
it's just another beast. But like single family home is like you're dealing with emotions where the seller's all this bullshit. But multifamily it's business. Like it's more numbers, it's more revenue, it's more. You're analyzing a business which is a piece of real estate, pretty much, right?
Yeah, it's just literally just that. So that's what you gotta go, eh?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Thanks,
Ciao, boys.
thanks
Nice
for
meeting
giving
you.
up. You
Yeah,
too. See you,
fresh
bro.
man. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey,
Hey, Adrian, I'll
appreciate.
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, take care,
All right.
y'all. Bye.
Yeah, see, bro. I'm jumping too, Caesar. It's early, but it feels late. It's like already getting dark.
Yeah, dude. Dude, funny thing. So I did a kind of like a review of RJ's review of my live seller call like months ago. And I did such a good job, but then towards the end, like at the end of the call, I did kind of like a quick 4-minute synopsis, and I forgot to take myself off of mute. I was like, God dang it. So I was like listening to it, like the whole last 4 minutes was just like me moving my mouth with no sound. And I'm like, oh my gosh, now I got to go do it again. So I'm going to go to the beach and do that right now. I was like,
Nice.
darn, you know,
Oh,
so
shit.
yeah,
Oh,
but yeah, I'm pretty much done today too. I'll hop back on tomorrow as always, but I think tomorrow might be my last day for the week. The next, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm just going to be hopping on here and there. I'll probably hop on yours just so that I can log off right away. Cause I have a friend that's coming over, and I'm going to take Wednesday to Saturday is like my vacation time where I do the absolute minimum.
And I was also, well, I have two things. So that seller just talked to, I said, hey, the reason I was calling you back just to figure out the deed stuff. And they're like, oh, but the Katrina lady, I was like, hey, I see this on the deed. Like, are you like, is this accurate? And they said, no, that's like the previous owner. So I'm like, I don't have access to PropStream, but I'm pretty sure that is from PropStream, right? The Katrina?
That's from PropStream, yeah.
So I wonder if it's just not updated because he's on the deed. He's got it at his house. He has lawyers, all that shit. So do you think it's just maybe he didn't update it?
Probably hasn't been updated. When did he buy it from her?
Fuck, I don't know. Let me see here. Honestly, I have no idea. Let me see here. But if there's any issues like let's just say he signs a contract and we send it to a title company and they'll let me know if there's a problem, right? Like,
oh yeah,
I don't
title
know.
company. Then you're gonna have to submit proof that he's the actual legal owner now, not the lady.
Because I was just gonna.
As long as he can provide that paperwork. If he's got all the legal paperwork, then that should be an easy switch.
Oh yeah. So I was thinking like, is it title update? Like what the fuck? But another thing is, like you're saying, it sounded like you're gonna eliminate some days where you're going live, right?
Yeah. So tomorrow's gonna be my last day of full time live. Like like when we do like these 3, 4, 5 hours. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll probably hop on yours because I'll probably do maybe like a quick hour or two just to get something in. But that's not my main focus. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have fun with my friend and just hang out. So maybe while she's asleep, I'll go ahead and hop on and just make some calls and then call it a day.
Hell yeah, because I was gonna mention like instead of going like every day, maybe I was just thinking on my own, but you said something, so I wanted to like maybe add some stuff. But like I was thinking maybe we do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and like we just hit it hard because I feel like when I do it every day, I'm not as focused and I slack more. You know what I mean? Like I could see it, right? So I'm thinking maybe come December or maybe a little bit sooner, like we could schedule like, hey, we do it hard Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Like we just go ham. Then like the time we're not on camera, like that's when you go in the CRM and do all this bullshit, right?
Yep, 100%.
Like
agree
is that
with
something
you.
like you'd want to do maybe?
Yeah, I'd love that. And then, I mean, I love our discussions too. And I don't know. I mean, I want to take a poll from the people that are watching. Like, what do you guys want to see more? You know, like, because we do drop some knowledge based on when we're just having conversations, but also that takes away from live calls. So
APIs, yeah.
yeah. So whatever you guys think is the most beneficial. I mean, at the end of the day, I still got to make my calls and make some money. You know what I mean? So yeah, so we got to do something like that where it's good to have these conversations, but it shouldn't slow us down from our KPIs.
Yeah, because I'm like, I really didn't do much today. Like I talked to a seller, but I feel like since we're on all the time, we don't use our time wisely, or maybe maybe it's just me. But you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're more targeted on like, hey, we're live from this time on these days, and then just you hit that ground running, right? So I'm thinking maybe that change of our timing on live might be more productive. Maybe it might yield to more productive, outcome.
Well, one thing that I was thinking too is we can go like, let's say all 4 of us are on, be like, all right, bro, like you get the next 15, 20 minutes and just go ham. And we just put all of ourselves on
like
mute. And then you just go and just dial. You know what I mean? And after 20 minutes, like, okay, Caesar's on now. You know, I go dial. You know what I mean?
Driving the bus.
Yeah, exactly. And then you guys do whatever, like if you need to do your CRM or you need to do some admin work, then you have what? Anywhere from half an hour to an hour before it goes back to you. You know what I mean? And then you just, so in that way, we're like, whoever's on, they're focused on just calling, not chatting or anything like that.
Yeah, because I feel the same. Like, because I'm always like, I could probably be on live a lot less, but be more targeted. And I feel like if we do that, that might be a good result. Like, hey, let's only do a few days a week and just be targeted and just go ham.
Yep, exactly.
So you said tomorrow, tomorrow morning or again? Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I'm good. I'll be on.
All right, brother. Always fun having you, man.
Oh yeah. See you guys next time.
See you guys next time. Peace.